Hey there and welcome back to TubeGurji channel. Today we are going to build a digital e-commerce web application, and this application we are going to build with the help of React and Next.js, and it's a completely beginner friendly. So if you even though don't know how to use Next.js or you don't know about the React, don't worry because we are gonna learn everything from the basic. So if you see on this application, we have this beautiful header section where we have user can log into the application or can sign up with the application. Then we have this beautiful header section, and below that we have the all the products which is listed by category. Okay, so these are the latest brand new product. Then this product contains a source code, and the list of this third product category is the icons. Now if you want to go or want to see the detail of the any of this course, just click on that one, and if you see beautifully how it jumped to this particular detail screen, and if you see right, that skeleton effect is coming up. Okay, so we will learn how to add that skeleton effect, how to design the modern UI, okay, with the help of Tailwind CSS and hyper UI. Everything we're gonna learn from this particular course. So now if you want to add into the cart, if you see, it will redirect me to this login screen. Okay, so without login to the application, you cannot add into the cart. Okay, so let's log in the first, and let me log in with the Gmail account. You can add any social authentication to this application, so we will learn that how to add it. Okay, and now if you want to add into the cart, just click add to cart, and if you see the magic, immediately without refreshing screen, this cart get added. If I click in this to cart, if you see, the cart item is showing with the details and everything. Okay, now let's add another item into this cart. Okay, let's say continue shopping and add to this item as a cart, and if you see this beautiful, all the cart information is showing inside this cart view page. Okay, now let's go to this view my cart, and if you see, we'll get all the cart, whatever the item you added into the cart will display it here with the total amount. Now if you don't want to any of this particular amount, you can just delete it, and immediately it will delete it from here without refreshing screen, and even though it is deleting from this particular cart as well. Okay, then if you want to check out this one, just click checkout, and it will navigate to the checkout page where we integrated the Strapi payment gateway. Okay, now let's add the card details. Okay, right now I'm adding the demo card details. Okay, and just click submit. So once it's submitted, it will redirect you to the payment confirmation page, and immediately it will create an order, and it will also send an email to us. If you see, we got the email with the order details, and this email gets sent to us. Okay, so whoever registered with that email, we will send an email. So we will learn how to send an email. Now the question is how and where we storing this all the data. So for that one, we are going to use Strapi backend. Okay, and if you don't know about the Strapi is one of the best open source CMS platform, where I'm gonna teach you how to integrate, how to set up this Strapi, and how to connect it with the Next.js application. Also, we added the Strapi, and we connected it with a MySQL database. Also, for the media, images, video, and all the files, we connected this Strapi to the Cloudinary, and everything whatever you see in this particular course, the whatever services we use is completely free. Okay, so I'm gonna teach you how to, from the setup, creating the application to deployment, everything we gonna learn in this particular course. Okay, so guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe now. Share this with your friends and family. Watch complete video. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section, or if you want to access more content of my channel, go to on my YouTube channel, or you can watch it on my tubegurji.com. Okay, also before doing any further delay, now let's begin. So in order to create a React application, we are going to use Next.js, which is one of the best React framework in the market right now. And if you don't know about anything about the Next.js, don't worry, because I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic. So first thing, in order to create the application, okay, this is the command to create the Next.js application. Copy this command, then go to your folder where you want to create the project and open a terminal at that folder. Okay, then just paste the command which you copied and click enter. Then it will ask the project name, so give the project name. So in this case I will say digital e-commerce. Okay, and click enter. Now it will ask you, do you want to use TypeScript? So in this case, in this particular project, we are going to JavaScript to keep things simple. So say no, and ESLint say no. Then it will ask, do you want to use Tailwind CSS? Say, so you have to say yes, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS, and this particular installation is taking care of this Tailwind CSS. The source directory say no. The app router, obviously we need the routing, so yes. And import the custom default allies. Okay, so here you can say yes. Okay, then it will ask, do you want to like configure? Keep as it is, just enter it, and then it will install the dependency like React DOM, Next. Also it will install dev dependency for a Tailwind CSS, some Autofixer and Post CSS. And if you see, our project is created now. Okay, so now just open the VS Code and locate the folder. Okay, so open the folder and just locate where you created the project. Okay, so in this case we created this digital e-commerce and click open. Say yes, I trust the authors, and if you see, our project is open now. Now let's focus on the files and folder which in this particular project. So very first folder is app folder, and which contains this global CSS, layout and page.js. Layout is, we can see, the starting point of an application, and whatever the page you are going to render, it will render through this layout and through this children param. Okay, so inside this body we pass this children, and whatever the page is going to render will render inside this one. The default page currently right now is page.js. Okay, and this one will render it out. Okay, so right now if you once we run this particular project, you will get to know much better. So obviously in HTML CSS we use index.js, but in Next.js version 14 we use page.js. Okay, to render these pages. Then we have this node modules. Obviously we are not going to touch this one. Then we have public folder. This public folder is used to store our all the assets like images. Then we have this jsconfig and next.config.js. This next.config.js will help us to configure next related configuration. Okay, so obviously once we start developing, you will get to know how to use this next.config.js, where to use it. Okay, kind of thing. Then we have this package.json, which contains all the packages which is installed. Okay, so if you see, this is the by default package is installed. Also it includes the name of this application, the version, and along with the script to run or to build the application. Then we have post CSS and the tailwind.config.js, which is the Tailwind related configuration. Okay, and if you see, we have this content, the theme, and etc. Obviously you can add your own color schema and everything. Okay, I will teach you how to do that. Also if you see this content, right, so whatever folder it mentioned here, only in that folder the Tailwind CSS is applicable. If you are creating a new folder and want to apply Tailwind CSS over there, yeah, you have to make sure that that folder is included inside this content. Okay, under the tailwind.config.js file. Okay, so let's open the terminal by navigating this terminal option and just click new terminal. Once the terminal is open, just type npm run dev. Okay, and then it will open the port localhost 3000. Okay, open this localhost 3000 on web browser, and if you see, we got this default page. Okay, now let's get side by side, and as I say, right, inside the app folder we have this page.js. Okay, now here if you see, whatever the code you see inside this return statement, right, it's showing on the screen. Now let's do one thing. Let's clean this particular line and let's write something like subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, if you did not subscribe to my channel yet, please do subscribe. And if I save it, right, let me refresh these ones, and if you see it showing the subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, so as I say, whatever you written over on this particular page.js, it will render it here. Obviously going forward we are not only using the page.js, but we are obviously creating new route, new pages, new folders and everything. But as we move forward in this particular video, a particular course, then you will learn it slow at step by step. Okay, so for now I'm going to remove everything, and then I will add the simple div. Okay, and if I save it, if you see, we got nothing on the screen. Just type home and save it, and if you see, we got the text home. Okay, but if you also saw, we got this gradient lining. Okay, so inside the global.css inside the app, right, it contains the all the global file which is applied to this particular application. So inside the root, remove these two lines, okay, and save it, and if you see, that particular line, gradient line, is gone. Okay, so this is how the project structure is right now. Okay, so whatever the file folder route we are going to create, we're mostly creating in app folder only. Okay, as we are using the app router Next.js feature. Okay, so I hope you understand how to create the project, how to run it, and the folder structure of the Next.js 14 application. So now let's create the header for our application, and this will be our first component. Okay, so let me show you how we are going to display the landing page. Okay, so for example, we have this landing page. At the top we are going to create the header. Okay, so this will be our header. Then after that we are going to show the landing page over here. Okay, so this is our one component, this is our second component, and then we are going to show multiple component for our product listing. Okay, so it will come under this one. So for each of this section we can call it as a component, and then we'll divide and we'll create a separate file for this component, so that if we need it, we can use it multiple times. Also it better to organize our project as well. Okay, so let's open our project over here, and inside the app folder, right, I will create a new folder and I will call it as a components. Okay, so if you see, right, I am giving the name underscore components, because if I give the name directly as a folder name, okay, without underscore, then Next.js will consider this as a route. Okay, so to avoid that, you want to create a folder without that routing feature, you can start with the name underscore or circular bracket. But right now we'll learn by one step by step. So inside underscore component, let's create a new file and we can call it as a header.jsx. Okay, and we have to add the default template over here. Now you obviously, if you see in page.js, right, this kind of template we need to add. But every time when you create a new file, right, every time we need to add this template, but it's very hectic to write every time, right? So for that, to avoid this one, right, we have one shortcut, and to do apply that shortcut, you need to install two VS Code extension. Okay, so first VS Code extension is ES7 plus React Redux. Okay, make sure to install this extension, and another is for the Tailwind CSS. Okay, so this is the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, make sure to install this one. This will help. This plugin will help us to get auto suggestion when you're writing the Tailwind CSS classes. This is very helpful. I will tell you where we are going to use this one. And as I say, this React Redux React Native extension as well, very important. Once you install it, right, and now you want to add the React export function, right, just type React function. Oh, sorry, here React function RFCE, C for component, E for export. So React functional export component, click enter, and boom, you got the default template. Okay, not only for this one, but also if you want, you are developing React Native function, a React Native application, that for that also you have that shortcut. Okay, and many more shortcut, you can just explore it. But for now, this is how we can use it in our React application. Now you added this header component. Okay, this is simple header component you just added. Now obviously this header will be fixed and throughout the application. Okay, we want that header throughout the application. So what we are going to do, inside the layout.js, we are gonna add, let me close this one, that header inside this children. okay, oh, sorry, inside this layout.js file. So just header like this, and make sure it's importing from this slash component header like this, and then save it. Okay, and if you see, now header is showing. Okay, let's add few more component into this one. So another we can add, for example, hero section. Okay, add the default template and save it. Then we will add the obviously with product list and everything, but let's add footer also .js. Okay, and add the default template and save it. Okay, so these are the three. For example, we created this component and then we can use it inside this layout.js. Okay, so obviously in layout.js, header and footer we want throughout the application. So after this children, I will add the footer as well. Okay, and save it. And if you see, this is the header. Whatever the content we are going to show will display inside this children. Currently it's showing this page.js, and then footer, which is common. So header and footer will be constant throughout the application. Okay, and in each page. So let's design the header.jsx. Okay, so inside the header, we are going to add the Tailwind CSS and the styling and everything. But the best and easy way to add it, right, as I told in the beginning, that we are going to use this hyper UI components. Okay, and which is based on Tailwind CSS. So this will give you a predefined components that just you need to copy it and paste it in your project. So go to this application UI and just search for the header in this case, right? So let's search header. So it's somewhere here. Okay, so header, right? And if you see, we got this beautiful three option. Okay, even though you can check how it looks on mobile, the small screen, the medium screen, large, and full screen. Okay, also in the light mode how it looks. Okay, and just you need to copy this code. You can also view this code as well. Okay, so right now if you see, this particular code is for the HTML. You have to change to JSX. Okay, and obviously this class will change to class name, and then copy it. Once you copy, paste this code and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, and this is how it looks. Okay, so if I increase the size, see how beautifully the header is get added. Okay, without doing anything, without writing the code. Just the thing, now you need to customize according to your need. Okay, so right now I want to change this logo. Okay, and for this example, I'm going to use this logo from logo IPsum. Okay, this is a just placeholder, so you can copy the logo which you want. I'm gonna copy this particular logo. So once you copy, it will copy the svg code. Okay, and now go to this public folder. As I say that all the assets we will keeping inside this public folder. Create a new file, we can call it as a logo.svg, and paste the code and save it. That's all. So this, because these are the svg code. Okay, now obviously we want to remove this particular logo, so I will remove this completely and I will replace with the actual image logo. Okay, so if I say this image I am adding from this next/image, then you have to pass the source. So in this case, just you have to access logo.svg. You don't need to give complete part, because Next.js understand to look you have the defined asset inside the public folder. Okay, then you have to give alt tag. You can give logo, whatever the name you want. In this case I will give logo. Then width, so in this case we'll give width, for example, 90. Let's go height 100 and save it, and boom, your logo is here, right? If I increase the size, this is how it looks on the bigger size, and this is how it's on smaller size. You can change this to maybe 18. Okay, now if you see here, right, this need to be like this. So right now this color of this particular button is little like kind of cyan color maybe. Okay, so if I go to this button, right, oh, sorry, this is the teal color. Okay, and obviously you can define your own primary color, and you don't need to select or write the class name for that one. So you can do that. So go to this tailwind.config.js, and inside this extend, right, obviously we have you can add your own color. So just if you see, right, we have the property called colors. Inside that you can define your own color. For example, let's add the primary color. Okay, and we in this case I will give the code like uh, 007 DFC and save it. Okay, and once you add that primary color, you can just use it here. Okay, so for example, you can say primary. Okay, and if you see, this color get changed, and if I save it, see, this color get changed immediately. So you don't need to write the color code, you just need background primary, and that's all, the color will be here. Okay, so this is how you can able to add the color for your application. So just let's do some modification. So just replace this menu, okay, according to your need. So I will give option, for example, bring this down, home, we will say explore, then here I will say about us, and then contact us. Here I can say projects as well. I will keep this project and I will remove this block. We'll keep this project above, maybe explore, and save it. And if you see this menu now, we have this limited menu. Okay, now I don't want this register, I will just keep login option. Okay, or you just keep register, that's fine. Just make sure that you will change the color. On hover, I will change this to primary. Okay, and if I see right now on hover of this login, right, I'm getting this dark color. Okay, so what I'm going to do, on hover, right now is doing till here, I will change to maybe blue 600. Okay, and if I see like this, perfect. Okay, and here as well, so right now here as well I will change to blue. Okay, perfect. And let's add some border or shadow to this header. Okay, so for this div, maybe we can add it, just add shadows, oh, sorry, shadow small, and if you see, we get this beautiful border like this. Okay, perfect. So this is how our header is ready. Okay, so with this header, now we are going to build the hero section for the application. Now now let's build the hero section of our application. So in order to add the hero section, the similar way we are going to the way which we added the header, the same way we are going to add the hero section. So let's go to this beautiful hyper UI and search for this banner section. Then you will see this some example. See, okay, obviously you have some more example here, and now in this, from this you will find some example. Okay, select the one which you like. So in this case, I'm going to use this one. Okay, so go to the view, change to JSX, and the copy the code, and then obviously we're gonna modify, customize according to our need. But for now, go to this now hero.jsx and paste your code. Okay, and then save it. Obviously we did not add the hero on the home page. Okay, when I say the home page or default page, which is our page.js, because when you launch our application, this page we gonna render first. Okay, so here I'll remove the hero and just add the hero like this, and then save it. And if you see, instantly how beautifully this hero section get added. Okay, obviously we'll give some customization, because for, if you see, uh, from the top they give a lot of margin or maybe it's padding. So let's fix that first. So let's go to the hero.jsx, and over here, right, if you see this one, so we'll remove this item center. Okay, because it's keeping the item center when the screen size is large. Okay, and also I will change this padding to 24. Okay, and if you see, now it's moved little bit up. Also now I'm going to change this name obviously, and then this text as well. So now obviously I'm going to change this color of this text as well. So let's go back here, first change the text. So here I will say to Guruji marketplace, and after this one I will say access free source code and assets. Okay, here I will add the br tag, and obviously I'm going to change this text and everything. So I will say TubeGuji marketplace access free source code and assets. So for this source code and assets I'm going to put um the this red color. Okay, so I might get put this over here like this. Okay, and give some space and give some space using this in BSP, and that's all. And then also I'm going to change this text as well. So I will just say and you can add more text whatever you want. Also I will change this color to a primary. Okay, and also we'll change this color of this button. So let me bring this down and change this red to primary. Okay, also if I see right on hover it changes to dark red. Okay, so make sure to fix that as well. So let's make it blue and let's see how it looks. See, like this. Same thing for the learn more. The text color right now it is in red, so we'll change to primary to keep the consistency, and the blue over here, and save it. And if you see, let me increase size. See how beautifully it's showing. Okay, now obviously you can make more modification into this one. It's up to you how you want to modify. For example, if you want to change this color to the red, you can do that as well. Okay, it's up to you. So play around it, and this is how you can add the hero section very quickly with this hyper UI component. Okay, so also I'm gonna play with this, and I will also change little bit on this hero section. So see you in the next section. Now let's learn how to update the our application font inside the Next.js. Okay, so if I go to this layout.js, here at this top right we have this inter font. Okay, and this is nothing but the font and which is applied to our root layout. Okay, so sorry, inside this body if you see this class name is applied with the inter dot class name, and which is nothing but this font. Okay, so in order to add your custom font, right, you can, if you want, you can go to this Google font and search the font which you want to use it in your application. Okay, and you have bunch of different fonts. Just get this name. Okay, so for example I want this outfit. Okay, and this is the font I'm going to use. So you don't need to add this font or anything. Just if you see right, this is the command to add the font, and if you see this font is getting added from the Google, change whatever you font you want to add. You can put that font name and make sure to add this, replace this over here as well. Okay, you can change this constant because this is just a constant. Okay, you can keep as it is. And if I go back to application and save it, and if you see now this font is changed everywhere. Okay, and this is how beautifully you can change and easily you can change the font out of your application. So now you don't need to apply the font family at every place. Okay, so once you update inside the layout, it will applicable throughout the application. As we already integrated or added this header and the hero section, now we need to show the product list, but we need to store all our products or orders or user information at some backend, right? And that's where we are going to use this Strapi. If you don't know about Strapi, so don't worry. So let me explain in short. So Strapi is a headless CMS. The headless CMS means headless content management system. Okay, which help us to store data and to organize the data. Okay, so it's a Strapi is already predefined the UI. Okay, you just need to add the information, and that's all. It will create automatically API for you, and then you can fetch the data, or you can create a new record, or update a new record, or delete a record kind of things. Okay, and this is the official website of Strapi. Strapi is completely free, guys. Okay, it's an open source, so it's completely free, and that's the reason we are using Strapi. Obviously once you develop all the application, right? You need to deploy this Strapi on some server like AWS or maybe Heroku. Okay, obviously that needs money to deploy it, but I'm gonna tell you how to deploy this Strapi on the cloud or server for a free. Okay, so at the end of this particular course, we're gonna deploy Strapi for a free. Okay, so let's walk through how we are going to use this Strapi and everything. So right now, obviously, we are using Strapi to save all the products, then the user's orders, the user information. Okay, and for the database, right? Strapi is a content management system. Okay, it is not a database, but in order to store data, we will connect our Strapi to the MySQL. Okay, to store the data. Then I will tell you how to create a and where to create a MySQL database. And in order to store a media file like images, video, or anything else, right, we gonna use Cloudinary. Okay, you have another option like AWS S3 bucket as well, but Cloudinary is easy to use, completely free, and easy to implement as well. Okay, so this is the complete functionality. Okay, and in this section we're gonna integrate this Strapi along with MySQL and Cloudinary, and then we'll generate the API as well. Okay, so step by step I'm gonna tell you how to do it. First thing, uh let's go to this Strapi. Okay, and just go through this website, how and why this Strapi we use and everything. Okay, obviously, in order to create this Strapi application, you have to run this command line. Before that, as I told you, we need this MySQL database. And for that one, I'm going to use this Hostinger shared hosting. Okay. So if you don't have any shared hosting, okay, don't worry. You can get this MySQL free as well online by third-party service. But Hostinger is a very popular hosting service provider. Okay, and it's very cheap. Okay, so you can just start with $3 per month, and you can just click on the link which is in the description to get up to 75% off. Okay, so just join it and create a new account. Okay, so I already have account. Okay, I already have the and domain and everything. Okay, also once you purchase this Hostinger any services, you will get the domain free. Okay, now once I have everything right, let me go through this one of my hosting service provider. Okay, here if you see, we have the option on the left hand side called database. Inside that, go to this management, and here create a new database. Okay, so I will create here, I will say digital commerce. Okay, digital com, and I will copy same here as a username, and then I will put the password here. Okay, and then just say create. So it's saying maximum, so database need to be like this maybe. Okay, so you cannot use hyphen create, and if you see, the database is created successfully. Okay, now if you scroll down here, here is your MySQL database, MySQL username, the password which you entered. Okay, and obviously I will tell you host name as well. Okay, once you create database, obviously by entering the PHP admin, you can actually add access to the database. Okay, if you see, we have database, you can create SQL statement, everything, but don't worry, we don't we are not creating anything manually. Then you have to go to this option called remote MySQL. Okay, so this option will enable uh, uh, to connect any host to this particular database. Okay, so from the remote server, you can connect to this database as well. So click on this any host and choose the database which you want to give the access to the remote. Okay, so in this case, I will select the one which we just created and click create. Okay, and if you see, the remote database created successfully. Then if you see, we have this host name. Okay, so in this case, mine is this one, and or either you can use this particular host name or the IP address. Okay, it's up to you. Sometimes if host name it doesn't work, use the IP address. Okay, so we have all the information. Okay, let's do one thing now. Let's go to the Strapi, copy this command. Okay, in order to create the Strapi application, go to the folder where you want to create the application. Okay, and open a terminal at that folder. Let me increase the size and paste the command. Okay, so in this case, obviously I will remove the name of project. Okay, and we'll give the name of a project like digital e-commerce. Okay, and click enter. Now it will say, do you want to proceed? Say yes. And this is very important. Okay, next step is very important. So if you see, right, it's asking us choose your installation type. It first is a quick start and second is custom. Okay, if you don't have MySQL database or you don't want to purchase any hosting account, anything, go with the quick start. Okay, this is the mandatory and this is recommended if you see. But in this case, I have the MySQL database. Okay, I have hosting everything, so I will go with the custom. Okay, only thing is if you go to the custom, you have option to select. Okay, this is a language, you can select anything. I will select JavaScript. Now, as I say, you have option to select the database in this case. Okay, so in this case, you can select SQLite, Postgres or MySQL. Whatever the database you are getting free, you can choose that one. Obviously, we created for MySQL, so I will select MySQL. Now, in this case, we have to give the database name. Okay, so obviously we have this database name. Let's go back here. Okay, and just now we created. Okay, so let me click everywhere, and this is the database. Okay, oh, sorry. Let me open this terminal and paste it here. Then we have to provide the host. So in this case, I will provide this IP address as a host. Then we have to provide the port number. Okay, so port number you can keep as it is 3306. Then username. Okay, so username is, we have similar username what we give. Okay, so this is the same username and the database name is similar. That's the reason I kept same and paste it here. And the password. Okay, so I will enter the password which I entered for this database, and it's saying enable SSL connection. You can say no, and then it will take some time to create our Strapi application. So I will pause the video here and let it install it. And if you see, our Strapi installation is completed. Okay, now let's close this and open a VS Code. Okay, so I already have the project which we are working on. Okay, I will create a new window to open this Strapi project. Okay, and then click open. So over here, just locate the folder where you created the Strapi project. Okay, so in this case it's digital e-commerce and open it. And if you see, it's open it. Okay, so I don't want to go in detail of this all the folders and everything. Okay, the main important folder is for you is the config, and here if you see we have this all the configuration. Okay, this is the database configuration and so on. Let's run this one. Okay, so open the terminal and just write npm run develop and wait to run the application. Okay, if you face any issue like database name is not correct, host name is not correct, then it might fail it. Okay, so right now if you see, it fails for us. Okay, and it's saying the password, we whatever password we provided is not incorrect. Okay, so if you go to the database, and as we are using the SQL, okay, so this is for MySQL. Here is the password. Okay, and which is getting from .env file. Okay, so in this env file we have the password and everything. Okay, I'm not gonna show you, but I will update the password and then I will start rerunning again. Okay, so I just updated the password. Okay, and let's rerun it again. And if you see, our project is get created. Okay, and on the port 1337/admin, our Strapi will open. Okay, so once you run this application, automatically open the browser, and this is how it looks once it landed. Okay, so if you see, the URL is localhost 1337/admin/auth, and obviously first time we are launching, then you have to register the admin first time. Okay, so I will add the details. Okay, so I will add all the details which we need it. I will add the password. I will keep same password actually, and say let's start. Okay, and once you start, you will land on this beautiful dashboard. Okay, this is our content management system where you will have a lot of settings. Okay, lot of custom settings as well. So on the left hand side, okay, let me walk through this Strapi first. So on the left hand side, you will see this is beautiful content manager. Okay, this content manager is nothing but where you can add the data. Okay, So right now we have only one collection, okay? And inside that, if you click on this create new entry, you can create a new entry here and save it. And once you save it, it will display it here, okay? Second, we have the content type builder. So if you see inside the content manager, we have only one collection called user, because inside the content type builder, we have the user, okay? Now, if you want to create a new collection, okay, you can create from here. For example, if I want to create a new collection, and here I will say products, okay? You cannot give plural name because this API ID has a plural. Say continue, and now here you can select a different types of fields. So for example, text field for the name. So product, you can say product title maybe, okay? You can give small, capital is up to you. And obviously you have short text or long text. Again, you have advanced setting, whether it's a required field, or you can say minimum, maximum length and everything, okay? So I will okay with that. Now I want to add another field, and I will say in this case the description, right? So obviously I will select this rich text, and I will say description. Select another field, then obviously I want to add the image, the banner. So we have option called media, okay? And from here you can add the banner. For example, if I want to add the image, or you can say banner, okay? And you have option whether you want to add multiple media or single media. Obviously we want to add single media here, so I will select the single media. Then couple of more things you can add. For example, let's add for pricing, right? So we'll add the pricing, and you can choose the format. So obviously I will choose decimal. That's really good actually. Then couple of more, I can select it, I will add it later on, but for now I hope you understand this one, okay? As we move forward, right, I will obviously, I'm gonna tell you more in detail about the new functionality about this one. For now I will close this one, and if you see, these are the fields which we added just now. Now once you add this field, you have to click save, okay? And now once you save it, now our Strapi will restart their application with the new collection type, okay, and new with the new fields inside that and everything. So we'll wait for a few seconds, and if you see, our first step is completed, is showing, that's fine. And now our collection is also get created, and if you see, along with the product we have the user as well. Sorry, along with the user we have a product as well. Now if I go to this content manager, okay, let's keep the tour. Now we have the product, okay? Before we have only one have user, now we have product. And now if I click on the create new entry, now you can give some title, description, you can add banner and pricing. Let's give some title, for example, React native EV charging app, okay? We'll say some, for example, source code. And here you can give some details, okay? I will paste some random description. Now here you can add the banner, okay? So image, you can create a new folder, inside that you can add, or you can directly add a new assets. You can drop the file which you want to add, or you can just select the one you want to publish, okay? So I will select this, let's select the one which is appropriate to that one. So let's select this one, okay, and click open, and just select this particular file which you want to upload one assets to the library, and I selected this one, just click finish, and if you see, it's attached to this one. Give some pricing, for example, let's say $2.99, okay? We are putting just amount here, and click save, okay? Now once you save it, until and unless you did not publish it, it is in the draft mode, okay? And you will not get this from the API. But to get that one, you have to publish it, okay? So that it will be live now. And if you see, now it's published. If you go back, and if you see, that record is showing here, okay? Now even though you can even filter it out from here, or you can manage these columns, everything. It's fully controlled, okay? You can even customize everything on this one. Now if I go to this third option called media library, so whatever the library which we just uploaded, it will show here, okay? See, now this is Strapi Cloud, which is newly they added, okay, to fully manage cloud hosting services by Strapi. It's quite costly, that's why we are not going into that one. Now we have some plugin as well, okay, for media library management, permissions, and lot of things. In the marketplace, you will see the different type of plugin which you can add into your Strapi backend, okay? It also have chat GPT as well, or many other things. Okay, then in the setting you will see the overview. You can change this logo with your brand. Then you can generate the API token. Okay, so obviously we'll learn how to do that, because to restrict the access. Okay, then you can have different languages you can add. Then we have the media library. Okay, so here if you see, right, you can enable responsive friendly upload. Okay, when it's saying responsive friendly upload, then it will give you different types of option to of size of images. Okay, so you can make this true false, it up to you how you want. These are the two new features they added. Is I think paid. Okay, then we have the transfer token, the webhook. Okay, then we have the roles. You can add the more roles into that one. Okay, whatever the role you want to use, you can add it, and you can give option whether you want to give view option, edit option kind of thing. Then we have users. Okay, how many users want to add. You can even invite others. This is audit log. This is again new. The configuration. Okay, you can send an email from Strapi. Then you have roles. Okay, so if I go to this public role, here you can give enable the API. Okay, so for example, if I select this all the operation, and you can select even, for example, find means to select all the products. So this particular API endpoint you need to call. I will teach you how to do that. Then we have different provider for the authentication. The email template, you can generate new email template, and some more advanced setting. Okay, you can just go ahead, explore it. So in this case, we are successfully integrate the Strapi with the MySQL. Now we successfully complete this MySQL as well. Okay, now it's time to connect with this Cloudinary. The Cloudinary is used to store images, video, or any other assets. Okay, whatever we upload through the Strapi, it will store in the Cloudinary. Okay, because right now if you see, we are able to upload the media library, but once you host it, okay, it will take a lot of space. Okay, because this is the these are the assets. For the development purpose, it's fine, but if you want to deploy or make this application live, make sure to use some of the services. Okay, if you go into this media library, you have a quite good option. Okay, you can have media their own media library, or you can use Cloudinary, Google Cloud, AWS, whatever services which you want. Okay, if you want to, if you don't want to deploy in Cloudinary, you can skip this particular part. Otherwise, just continue with me. So if you don't know about the Cloudinary, Cloudinary is used to store the image and videos. Okay, and again, Cloudinary is free up to 25 monthly credit. When it said 25 monthly, it means 25 GB. Okay, if you see, 25 credit is equivalent to 25 GB. If you want to join, you can join with my link to get extra 25 credits. Okay, so the link is in the description. Now once you join it, you can create an account and log in into your account. Okay, and over here if you see, these are the cloud name, API key, secret key, everything is here. Okay, now go to the Strapi, which, okay, Strapi backend, and go to the marketplace and search for the Cloudinary. Okay, I don't know whether it's there or not. And if you go to the provider, okay, it will show it here, see. Okay, and copy the install command from here. Okay, so once you copy this install command, go to your VS code of the Strapi, not this one. Okay, let me go back. Okay, here this one as well. Okay, this one as well. Okay, so I confused with the Strapi and the actual one. But here you can create a new terminal, paste the uh, command which you copied, enter it, and now it will install the Cloudinary plugin for you. Okay, if you see, it's installed now. Now just click on more to follow some step. Okay, to add this Cloudinary. So obviously we just added this command. Okay, then inside the config slash plugin.js, you need to paste this line of code. Okay, so from upload to this one. Okay, so go to this config and inside the plugin.js. Okay, so if you see inside the config, we don't have plugin.js. Create a new file called plugin.js, and I think we need to paste all the code then. Okay, so let's copy everything and paste it here like this. Okay, and save it. Obviously if you see, right, we need to provide the Cloudinary name, Cloudinary key, and Cloudinary secret key as well. Okay, Again, after that one, we will add that in moment. But after that, in the security middleware configuration, which in the middleware.js, you need to add this line of code. Okay, so I will just copy this. Okay, and if you see, this is we have to add inside Strapi security. Okay, copy this, go to this middleware.js, and for this one I will add it here. Just paste like this. Okay, and then save it. If I scroll down, I think that's all. Okay, now main important thing, you need to add cloudinary name, key, and secret key. Okay, so copy this name, go to .env. Okay, and over here I will add cloudinary name is equal to, then cloudinary key is equal to, and the secret key. So just add like this, and everything you will get it from this cloudinary. Okay, so if you say cloudinary name is, you will get it from here. Then you have the API key, I think, and the secret key. Okay, so I will skip this part. So all these three I added inside the .env. Okay, and we are pretty good condition of the installation of this. I almost completed. So now what you need to do, just stop the server. Okay, I think it's rerun it again. Let's try it out whether it's working or not. So go to this Strapi backend. I don't know where it's gone. Go to the localhost 1337. Oops, sorry, 37/admin, and log in with the credential. And if I go to this media library, okay, if you see right now the one image is there. Okay, let's try to check the, so it's still in localhost. Okay, let's try to upload a new image, then we'll get to know. Let's upload new image, browse file, upload this MongoDB. No, here, open it and upload it. Okay, and if you see it's uploaded, but let's see whether it's get uploaded. So if you can copy this link, okay, and paste it here, but still it's showing this see, it's still showing this localhost only. Okay, and not the cloudinary image. Okay, so what you need to do, just stop the server and rerun it again. Okay, and just now I added new image. Okay, and if I go here and copy this one, okay, let me paste it somewhere. And if you see, now this URL is showing that it's coming from the cloudinary with all this URL and everything. Okay, it means we are able to upload this particular image to the cloudinary. Now you can go to this cloudinary, okay, and click on media explorer, and here you might see this image. Okay, now I might have a lot of image, and if you see, we have this two image. Now it's showing two image because Strapi automatically convert the image into different size. Okay, because in the setting we have that option, you can disable it if you want. Now Strapi obviously have, not only you can just upload the image, but you can upload the image from the URL as well. See, you can just paste the URL and this image get uploaded. So beautiful, right? So this is all about this integration of the Strapi along with the MySQL and the Cloudinary. Okay, in the next section we will learn how to generate the API and how to fetch the data from the API. Okay, but I hope you understand this important part. Okay, this is quite important section of this particular course. Now as I feed inside the content type builder, right, we added this product collection type, and we added some fill here. Okay, now you can go ahead and create some of the more you can add more fill into that one, depends on the requirement. I'm going to do that. Obviously I'm gonna share this complete dashboard with you. Okay, the source code is in the description. Okay, you can access the source code as well, but and obviously I will show you the all the fields which I added. Okay, so you can also add in your Strapi, and from there we will go it. Okay, so just to skip or just to save the time, I'm gonna add in the meantime when I'm not recording. Okay, but yeah, that's how we are going to. Okay, so see in the next section. So now as we develop this header hero section, also we implement this Strapi. Okay, and we are I'll also added the collection called product products. Okay, and if you see inside these products, I added some of the products. Okay, and inside the content type builder, these are the content type I added. Okay, including title, description, banner, whether it's instant delivery or not, everything. Okay, you can take a screenshot of this one. Obviously I will give the link so that you can access this one. Now if you go here, right, and now we want to show the list of products below this hero section. Okay, if you see, we are going to show multiple product list, obviously, and we right now we can call it as a product section, and inside that we will add the product list component. Okay, and again inside that we have the product item, that will be a multiple item. Okay, so we have the item, for example, if I have 4 items, we can show it 4 times. Okay, like this. And then this complete let me draw this one. So this complete product list, we're gonna use it for the second product list. Okay, obviously we are not writing the code, only thing that we're gonna change the value, and depends on the value which we are passing, we are going to fetch data from this Strapi. Okay, so from the Strapi we are fetching data, depends on the what we are going to pass. Obviously once we start developing, you will learn better. Okay, so what we are going to do now, let's go back to our application and let's go back to our VS Code project. And inside this component, first thing I will do, I will create a new uh, file, and we can call it as a product section .js. Okay, add the default template, and then after that one, let's save this one and make sure to import that inside this home after the hero section. Okay, so we can call it as a uh, latest product section. Okay, oops, sorry, another we can call maybe uh, source project source code project, and third we can call like icon packs. Okay, or we can add more, depends on what your requirements, you can add it. Okay, now inside the product section, let's save this one, we will add this our product section. Okay, product section, obviously we are going to repeat same to this project source code and icon packs, but we'll wait for that one. Now inside the product section, we need to show the product list. Okay, so here we are going to show product list, so make the component for that one. So here I will create a component, and you can call it as a product list .js. Okay, and add the default template. Now once you add that one, go to this product section and add the product list and save everything. Okay, now let me refresh the screen, and if you see right now, though it's showing the product list because inside the product section we added this product list. Okay, now we are pretty much set with this particular component. Obviously inside product list we are gonna get the list of the products, and then we will iterate it, that whatever the list we are getting, and then we will add the item for that one. So we will learn it later on. Okay, so but this basic file structure or a component structure, I hope you understand it. Now next, what we are going to do, we are going to create the API for us. Okay, as I say in the Strapi, it automatically create the API for us. So for that one, go to this option called settings, and inside that one you have option called API tokens. Okay, from here you can create the API token, and you can give access to what you need to read. Okay, but if you don't want to for the development purpose, if you don't want to create an API key, you can just go to this provider, sorry, inside the role. Okay, so we have option called role, and then go to the public. Here if you see whatever the collection name which we have, it will show it here. Okay, and there are some other collection as well. Right now we are not touching to this, that others collection, but the one which we created, which is product. Okay, now here you have permission which you can give to this particular API endpoint. For example, you can give option to create, delete, find one. Find one means you can get only one object, or update. Okay, but obviously right now our marketplace is one way, means we obviously we are not allow user to create the product. Okay, so we are not giving option to create, delete and update. Okay, but we will give option to find and find one. And if you see, if I click on this gear icon, you will see this particular endpoint. Okay, and this is the endpoint to get the data. If I save this one, okay, and let's go to this new browser, okay, go to the localhost 1337 slash API slash and the products, okay, just make sure. So this is the endpoint which we are using, okay, and if I click enter, if you see, we got this some JSON data, and this JSON data is nothing but the products which we added inside our Strapi. Okay, so let me go one by one. So inside this first product, okay, this is the ID, then this is the attribute. Inside the attribute which we have already, like title, if you see, we have this title here. Then we have the description as well, okay, so description of type paragraph. Inside that we have children of type text and blah blah blah. Then we have pricing, the created at, when it's created, when it's updated, okay, the instant delivery, what's included, category, okay, everything else. So right now this is the good example which include everything. So category is icon included and everything. But one thing is missing from here, that it's not showing any URL or banner image or our zip files image, okay. So to get that one, you can add a question mark, okay, populate is equal to star, okay. When you say populate is equal to star, it fetch all the data, okay. And if you see now, inside the banner we will get this banner object, and that inside that we have the data attributes, and then we have the URLs of the image as well, okay. So these are the thumbnails, okay, small, medium size, depends on your size how you want, or whatever that we uploaded. This is the one which is the one which can access from here, okay. Let's go down, and if you see the cloudinary image, if I click open, you will see this image, okay. Right now it's small because the size, if you see this width and size is smaller, but let's get a larger one or the actual one. If you see this URL, click on this one, and this is the image which we are getting, okay. Now obviously there are a couple of more properties or some filter option, okay. Let's, if I go to the Strapi get API, okay, and if you see, we have the option called REST API, and these are the endpoint it provide, okay, for the REST API. Then if I go to this get list of entries, these are the example how to get the list of entries, how to get a single entry, and lot of things you can access from this documentation, okay. So just go ahead and explore it. Obviously depends on our requirement, we are going to use this all the documentation help, okay, inside our application. So I hope you understand this basic thing. Now let's go to this API token, okay, and just create add new API token, okay, and you can give the token name here. So I will say demo um, e-commerce, okay, this can digital e-commerce, and then you can give description if you want. Now we can give the token duration, when this token will expire, okay. So right now I will give unlimited. The token time, whether it's a read only, full access, or custom, okay. So you can just give read only if you want to give full access, or you can give custom. When you give custom, you can have option to give the custom for the products. If you want to give option only find and find one, you can give option to that one, okay. And right now we only have one, so we are saving this one only. And if I save this one, now it will generate this API key, okay. And if you see this, we have to copy this, because after that you will not able to see this token, okay. Obviously you can, if you lost this key, you can create a new one with the same setting, okay, but make sure to copy this setting, okay. And now everything else, you can change it later on anytime. You can come here, if I go back, right, if you see, and you can come back here, edit it, you can change the permission, everything, and then make save it, okay. Now whatever the token I copied, I will go here, .env, I don't know .env file, we did not create a .env file, so let's create one. We can say .env .local, and here we'll say next underscore public underscore REST API key, and is equal to, and paste the key which you copied, okay. Obviously when you are using this API key on the client side, you have to start the environment variable name with the next underscore public underscore and the name of the API key which you want to give, okay, and then is equal to value. Increase the size, and you can put it inside the code, actually that will be better, and save this one. Okay, so obviously this is how you will um, enable the API key for your application. Okay, next we're gonna use that API endpoint to fetch the data. Now let's fetch the data from the API. So in order to fetch data in API inside the React Next.js, we are going to use this Axios HTTP client. You can use the fetch operator as well, but Axios is quite easy to implement and easy to use. So just go ahead and just click get started if you want to see example and how to install. Okay, and this is the simple command to install this Axios. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code and paste it here and install it. Okay, once you install this Axios, okay, then we'll create a new file of, or we can create a new folder first and we can call it as utils, make it underscore, and inside that I will create a new file called global api.js. Okay, so all the API keys, API call, we can keep it in this global api.js. Okay, now inside this global API, first define the one constant and we'll say API key, and obviously we'll get it from process.env dot the one which we create. Okay, so in this case the next public REST API key. Okay, oops, sorry, here. Okay, then we're gonna add the constant API URL. Okay, and which is the localhost 1337 API. Okay, so not the complete URL. Okay, this one. Okay, so obviously we don't want the API endpoint, so this until this point we can call it. Okay, we can make this like this and make it constant. Now let's define the API client. Okay, so let's define constant Axios client, okay, is equal to Axios. Okay, and inside this Axios we need to define the API key and everything, right? So just write create. Here you need to define headers. Okay, and inside the header we have to define authorization. Okay, and obviously this authorization contain a bearer token as well, and then define the bearer token. For example, you can write like this: BEARER. Okay, and then dollar sign to define the API key. So here just define this API key. Okay, before this API client you have to define the base URL. Okay, so define the base URL. So in this case is API URL. Okay, and comma, and that's all. Now our Axios client is ready. Okay, so each request which we made with this Axios, right, obviously we are going to set the header with this API key, and obviously we already passed this base URL. Okay, now the simple example here, for example, let's write constant get latest product is equal to, we have to write Axios client dot get method. Okay, it has a get, post, put, update method as well. Then dot get, here you need to define the endpoint. Oh, okay, so in this case our endpoint is slash product. I think it's products. Okay, and that's all. So this is the simple API call. Okay, and just make sure to export that make a API call. Okay, so I will put all the endpoints like this. Okay, so that we can access anywhere inside the application. Okay, so you just need to call with the global API dot get latest product, and then it will return the product. Okay, so here what you can do, okay, just write like this the arrow function. So in case if you want to pass any value, we can pass it here, but this is just a get method with this endpoint. Now let's go to this product section. Okay, where we are going to use that particular API call. So write constant method, one method called constant get latest products. Okay, and the arrow function, and here we can call with the global API dot, and if you see we have the method called get latest products. Okay, so it will be similar. I will change this name to maybe underscore. Okay, and then right now this is just get method, no value we are passing, and then method. Okay, so and response will just console the response. Okay, so obviously this is Axios, so inside the response we need to fetch the data, so it will return the data which is getting from this API endpoint. Okay, now once you define this one, we have to make sure that we will call that inside the use effect. Okay, so that whenever this component get launched, this use effect will get execute only once you define or you pass this empty array like this. Okay, otherwise it will define infinite time, and inside that I call this particular method, and then it will execute the result. Let's save this one, and if you see right now we got one error that you have to make this component or page as a use client. Okay, so make this as a use client, and we are just telling Next.js that this particular page is going to render from the client side. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see we got the object. Okay, and if I expand this one inside the data, we have all the six listing, okay, which we added. Perfect, so that's what we wanted. So now store this particular list inside one state. Okay, so what I will do, so right now if you see we have the meta as well, that which you don't want. So so inside response.data, again data, and then we will get only this data. Okay, now let's define one state, and we'll say constant product list comma set product list. Okay, so this state is nothing but to store the value. Okay, and one is to which hold the value, and one which set the value. Okay, it's kind of setter getter method you can consider. Okay, not the exact way, but yeah, the same concept. Let's make this use state empty initially, and then here we'll set the value. So set product list and response.data.data. Okay, and save it. I will keep this console so that we can take a reference of the field name which we want to going to display. Okay, now whatever the product list which we have, right, we will send it to this product list component. Okay, so just say product list and send the product list which you have. Okay, now inside the product list, accept it here as a product. So I will add product list. That's what we said. Okay, save everything here, save it here. Okay, perfect. Now we pass the product list over in this particular component. Okay, now in order to iterate this product list, because product list have contain a list of array. Okay, so what we can do, we can just write product list dot map. Okay, and whatever the thing you want to map, you can add it here. So item, maybe it's this item comma index, and the arrow function like this. Okay, make sure you will not mismatch these brackets and everything. Okay, inside this let's add the div. Okay, and let's print out some example. For example, just I put a text called title, and if you see the 6th time title is coming up, because in product list we have this the length of this product list is a 6, right? That's the reason it iterates 6 times. Now obviously in order to, if you want to print the title of the particular product, you can just write item dot title and then save it. Okay, so right now we got error that cannot read property of undefined. Let's go back to the inspect panel. Let's say what is the name of the field which we are copying. Okay, and so if you see right inside the array list, we have the again we have the field called attributes, and inside that we have the title. Okay, so this is very important because Stripe will return the result like this only. Okay, so inside the attributes we have the field called title, so make sure you can access in that same way. So attributes dot title. Okay, and if I save it now, still we got the error. Okay, and if you see we got the error that it's saying is undefined. Okay, and if you see we got this result once we got the error, and then we are getting this data, it means it's taking some time to display the result. Okay, so what you can do to, in order to fix it, right, go to the product section, and here execute product list only if we have the all the products ready. Okay, so here you can put the condition, if product list is available, then only show this list of product. Okay, or you can define better, you can define over here, that's fine, you can define it here, doesn't matter, and save it. Okay, and still we have the error. Let's go to the product list, make it optional and see what whether if that issue is fixed. Issue is fixed, but still if you see, we did not get the result. Okay, so the issue was, if you see this bracket, I mismatched the bracket things. Okay, and if I save it now, remove that curly braces here, because we cannot structurize it. Okay, because it's a contains only one item. Anyway, so if you see, now we got the list of all the titles. Okay, and let me refresh it once, and if I go back to the inspect panel and go to the console, and if you see, we have one error, and it's saying each child in the list should have unique key props. Okay, it means that it's saying this particular child need to have key props. Okay, so here I have to provide a key, and here you have to provide the unique id. For example, you can provide the item.id, which is unique. Okay, but I every time I define this index, and index contains the value like 0 1 2 3, so that I will provide the index only. Okay, and save it, and if I refresh the screen now, and if you see, this error is gone. So now we can write all of our code over here. Okay, but what we can do, we are going to create a reusable component for this product item. Okay, so inside these particular components, let's create a new file, and we can call it as a product item. Okay, .jsx, add the default template and save it. And now instead of writing this all the code over here, we can just replace it with the product item. Okay, and then we will pass the item. So here we can say, for example, product is equal to item, and in the product item we'll accept it as a product. Simple. And let's save this one as well. And if I want to print the title over here now, okay, so I can just write product question mark attributes dot title, and if I save it, and if you see, we got the same result. Only thing that is helpful to organize this one, and product item can, once we define this product item like this, it can be reusable. Okay, you can reuse somewhere else, but it will give you a better structure of the coding, the project and everything. Okay, now we inside the product item, we have all the information which we required. Okay, so go to this product item, and let's try to implement. Okay, so here first thing, we want to add the image. Okay, and then we obviously need title and everything. Okay, so let's do that. Now here we will write code to display the product item. Okay, before that, in a global API, right, we are fetching the products, but as I say, we need to also populate the all the data, like the banner, image and everything. Okay, so just write populate is equal to star, and then we will get the data. So first thing, let's display the image. Okay, so here let's define one div. Inside that, add the image at the source, and define product. Okay, let me product dot attributes. Okay, and if I go into the inspect panel, okay, let's go to the inspect panel inside the console, and let me refresh this once. And if you see, inside this one, right, we have the attributes. Then in order to get the banner, right, let me, oops, I think we did not save the global API. Let me check quickly. So here question mark pop, okay, so spelling is incorrect. Populate is equal to star. So let's refresh now, and let's see whether we are getting banner or not. And if you see, we got the banner. Now inside the banner we have data, and then attributes, and then we have to get this URL. Okay, so in order to get that, we have to write product attributes dot banner, okay, question mark dot data dot attributes, and then we have the URL. Okay, after that, let's go alt tag, and let's say banner. Okay, then we need to give width and height. So in this case, give width, maybe you can give 400, height will give 350, and say save it. And now if you see, we got one error that this particular host name is not configured inside the next.config.js. Okay, so whenever you are using some image from the URL, right? That host name you should add inside the next.config.js. So go to this next.config.js, okay, and inside here you have to add images and images, and then we have to add the domains. Inside the domain you have to provide the domain which you need to get access for the image. Okay, so in this case is res.cloudinary.com. Save this one. Make sure, if I go here right inside the terminal, your application is rerun again. Okay, and just refresh the screen once, and if you see, we got this all the images. Okay, perfect. Now once we have this image, right, let's go to this product section. Okay, because we want to show these images on a horizontal way. Okay, so go to this product list, and what I will do, I'm going to add the class name and make it grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. Okay, so if you see, this is how I'm going to show. If the screen size is smaller, then we'll go grid column 3, and if medium, we'll show grid column 4. Okay, now if I increase the size, this is how it will show on the big screen. Okay, also I will make sure, okay, let's go to this product section to give some padding from the or margin from the x-axis. Okay, so product section, here I will add the class name and I'll padding x to maybe 20. Okay, so this padding will be applicable for the medium size screen, and for the small size I will add padding x of 10. Okay, and if I increase size, this is how it looks. Okay, so now if I want to show, right, if I decrease the size, see how easily changing, right? The how depends on the screen size, it change the layout. Okay, that's good. Next, let's apply some styling to this one. So inside the product list, inside product item, after the image, let's add some class name to this one and make it rounded, corner maybe large. Obviously I don't want the round to the all side, right? So you can just make rounded top. Okay, maybe we have a property called top, and then make it round. So at the only top section, if you see here, right, only top corner is rounded and not the bottom one. Okay, after that let's add one div, and inside that we'll add the title. Okay, so we'll give to tag maybe, and inside that let's add product dot attributes dot title. Okay, and save it, and if you see, we got this title. Let's give some padding to this one. So class name padding of 3 maybe. 2 is fine. Then I will go class name maybe a text of 14 pixel. Okay, and if you see, I gave this custom size, okay, in the pixel from the CSS, and when you want to give custom size, you have to make sure that you will write inside this square bracket. Okay, this is very important. Make this 3. Okay, make this 12 actually. I think this is much better. Okay, I will just make font of medium, okay, with boldness. After this, let's add the category of this one. Okay, so let's add category h2, and here I will add the product dot attributes dot category. Okay, I make it optional. Sometimes user did not select the category, our application will not fail. And if you see, we got this category. Let's apply some styling to this one. So class name text, I will make it 10 pixel, and I will change the color to gray 500. Okay, maybe little lighter, make it 400. Okay, this is much better, and little bit maybe 12 to this one, 14 to this one. Okay, and also let's we define the height here, right? If you see, we have the height. What we can do, we can make it object cover, maybe object contain. That will be good actually. I don't know why it's not working as expected. Let's say fill. Okay, not sure why, but that's fine, we can fix this out. Okay, and if you see, we got this beautiful width and height. Okay, here what you can do, let me clean this out and let define the height which I want. For example, here 20 pixel. Okay, that's how I want. Okay, so oops, sorry, 170 pixel, and then we can make object cover. Sorry, so here now you have to say object cover. See, like this. Okay, if I increase the size, and if you see, it's showing beautifully. Okay, you can increase the height little bit, I will say. So maybe I will add 190. Okay, and then um, you can say the you can give the margin actually over here. Okay, or you can give into the product list. Okay, so you can add the gap, just add gap of 3 like this. Okay, and that will be good. If I increase the size, see. Okay, perfect. Now after this one, we added this icon, means the type of the this particular icon type. Okay, now what we can do, one more thing, right? We can add to give the visualization, we can add some icons here. Okay, so for that one I'm going to use this lucid icon. Okay, if you did not use before, it's very easy to use and easy to install. Okay, so just what you need to do, just first install it for the React. Okay, copy this npm command, go to your project and paste it here inside your terminal. Okay, and then once you paste it, you can use it directly. So you can go to the icon, if you search for the category. Okay, I don't know for what icon should I put for this category name, but let's search for the best one. So I will try to keep put this one. Okay, so if you see this right square. Okay, so it's very easy. As I say, you just need to okay, we are in product item, so we'll add it before this one. Okay, so just add that long right square like this. Okay, and save it. And if I go back to our application, if you see, we got this beautiful icon. Okay, obviously I'm going to change height and width, so give class name, give height of 2, maybe 3, width of 3. Okay, maybe 4 is much better. See, like this. Okay, and just bring everything one line, so make it flex and give gap of 2 like this. Okay, perfect. I think this look much better. Oops. So okay, yeah, here. And if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Okay, now we all want to show the pricing. Okay, and we want to show this icon only if the category is available. Okay, so you can even add the condition. So copy this particular, means the category, to check. So here you can add the condition if this product dot attribute dot category is available. Okay, and obviously you can add condition, then only show this h2 tag with the icon. And if you see, this is how it looks. Also for this file name, right, you can give the only 2 line or 1 line. Okay, and that's also in your hand. So if I go to this h2 tag, and you can say line clamp, and if I go to this one, okay, and if you see, only 1 line will show, and after that it will show dot dot dot. Okay, but we will keep 2. Okay, so if the title is much bigger than the 2 line, then it will clamp it. Then once we define this div, I also want to show the pricing on the right hand side. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add one div. Okay, and after this I will add the h2 tag. Okay, and here I will define pricing. So we'll say dollar, and in order to get pricing, we can get it from product dot attributes dot pricing. And if you see, we got this pricing. Okay, now we want it on the right hand side, so you can just mark this as a class name flex, and then justify between. Okay, and also make item to be in the center. Perfect, like this. See, so everywhere the our pricing is showing on the right hand side. Okay, and even though you can change the font as well, so I'll make little bit bolder to this pricing. So add here class name and make font bold, maybe medium. Okay, perfect. See, And one more thing, we can give some coloring to this one, means some background color. Okay, so for this particular div, let's bring this down, say background gray, maybe 100 or maybe 50. Okay, obviously we give some padding, so make sure that we added this padding over to this div, and then make the rounded corner for the bottom one, so rounded bottom and make it large. Okay, so it will show the complete picture like this, see. And now on hover we can add the border and some effect. Okay, so in Tailwind CSS is very easy to add border and everything. Okay, so for this particular the parent div, okay, you can add class name, then add the border. Okay, and if you see this border you get added, but we want to show this border only when we hover on this one. Okay, so you can get hover effect and then add the border. Okay, if I hover on this one, see, now it's showing the border. Okay, but also I will use some padding to 2, maybe 1, and then we'll make border rounded, just rounded corner, so it will automatically apply to this border. Okay, now if I see like this, you can change the color little primary, so maybe border blue 300, like this. If I increase the size, and this is how it looks, perfect. Instead of, I think, let's try to add margin to this one. Oh, margin, not padding, is much better. Okay, so I hope you understand how we added this product, and this is completely responsive. Okay, if I change this size, see, let me change it from here. Okay, and how easily it change, see, 3 2 on a smaller screen it will show 2. Okay, and if I go to the inspect panel, and you can just verify on the smaller screen how it looks. Okay, you can even show only one what is a product as well, but right now I will show it two, that looks much better. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Okay, and right now if you see, obviously we want to show a multiple category product list on the home screen. Okay, so let's do that as well. So let me go back here. On this product item you can give even title, but let's go to this product list. Okay, and over here we are passing this product list, whatever the product list, and showing here. Okay, so right now I just want to show the first four item. Here you can add the condition if index is less than equal to 3, and then only show this item. Okay, means um, only show the first four item. If I save this one, and if you see, only for first four item will display on the screen. Okay, now let's give some title to this product section. Okay, so let's go to this product section, and here we added this. Okay, so here you can give title like latest, just write like brand new, save it, and if you see it's coming. Okay, you can give some latest name as well. Here I will add class name. You can make font medium size, text I will make it 20 pixel, and save it, make it bold, perfect, like this. Okay, let's give some margin, so I'll give some margin on x-axis only. Okay, like this. Oh sorry, the y-axis, I want to give on y-axis, so y-axis. Okay, and now as I say, oh sorry, here, and now this is our latest products. Okay, now if you want to add for the only source code. Okay, so for example source code products. Okay, and just copy these two lines, because we want to show title and product list. Here you can change to source code, and then here you have to change this list of product. Obviously whatever the product list we are getting, just filter out with the source code which you want. Okay, it's only category you can filter it out, and when the category matches source code you can pass it here. Okay, if I save it, if I increase the size, if you see, we got the two product list now. Same thing you can do for the icons. Okay, so let's do it for icons as well. Icons pack, and I will say icons and save it, and now we'll show three category like this. Okay, now let's explore this more. Okay, here you can give the option on the right hand side to view all option. Okay, and on the view all you can show another page. So play around it, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And obviously you can access the source code for this complete project. The link is in the description. So after adding this filter logic, if you see right now, I am able to see this brand new, the source code and the icons. Okay, the whatever the list we are getting, I filter it out, depends on the category. Now let's go back and let me show you the logic. Okay, I'm just checking, I'm passing this category to the new method, and I'm using this filter function. Okay, and just returning the data. Perfect. So now next we need to do, we need on the click of this any of this particular category, we need to open a new page. Okay, and the route will be like slash project detail. Okay, and slash the ID of the project, for example the third, and if I enter it, it will show me the detail. Okay, so right now this particular path we need it. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Inside the project folder, here we'll create a new folder and we can call it as a project detail. Okay, inside that we need to add this another path. Okay, and if you see right, this particular value is going to change. Next time it will be 5 or 120 35 whatever. Okay, so in that way we need to add that. So what the easiest way you can do, inside the project detail you have to add another folder, and in this case you have to add this square bracket. Okay, and then you can add the value, for example is project id. Okay, and then inside that add page.js and add the default template, and here I will say project detail. You can say product detail, not big deal, and save it. And if you see now, a project detail is showing on the screen. See, okay, so if I go to this 123, for example the project id, still it's showing me this project detail. Okay, so this is how simply you can use or add the routing using this Next.js. Next.js is automatically detect your requirements once you add these folders, the dynamic folder. Okay, and then it will uh, automatically create a route for us. Okay, so this particular functionality, okay, are called a dynamic routing. Okay, because this is the fixed one, but the value of the project id is going to change, and this is the dynamic. Okay, so that's the reason it's called a dynamic routing. Now in order to show the product detail, right, we already created this route, and inside that we are going to show the project details. Okay, so first of all we need to get the api. Okay, so let's go to this setting option. Okay, api token, and the token which we have here. Okay, and here inside the product, let's make sure that you added the find one. Okay, so from this one, okay, the same api, just you need to pass the id. Okay, for this id will be the your project id. Okay, so this is the example. Let me show you the example. So this is the api endpoint, and after slash I'm passing the id. If I pass 2, make sure that you add popular as well, so to get the banner and everything. Okay, and click enter, and if you see, we got the data. Okay, so let's copy this particular path, go back to our application in VS Code and open global API. So inside here I will add constant get product by id, okay, is equal to, and here you can add the Axios client dot get and add the method which you copied. Okay, so in this case obviously the id will be we are going to change every time. Okay, so here I will pass the id, and here just replace that one with the id like this. Okay, and make sure to export that one, so get product by id, so that you can use it. Now let's go back to our product detail page, and here we'll write method to get the product by id. Okay, so this need to be arrow function, and here we'll call global api dot get product by id, oh sorry, the get product by id, comma, then and the response. So let's console the response dot data dot data. Now here we'll need to pass id. For example, let's pass 1. Okay, right now we hard coded, and inside the use effect we will call this particular method, so get product by id like this, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and open the console, okay, and go to the console, right now this is clean everything, and let's go to this product details and 1 maybe. Okay, and if you see we got the 1. Okay, so right now even though if you go to the 2 you will get the 1 because we hard coded the value as a 1. Okay, now the question is how to get this value. Okay, the whatever the value, the product id which is in the url, right? So obviously if you see, right, let me increase the size, we have this under in the bracket we have project id. Okay, so in order to get that inside this page we have to write params here. Okay, and let me console that one for you. So here I will say project id, and here you can access it by params, okay, dot project id. So this project id will be the same as this one. Okay, so make sure you will write like this and then save it. And now if I go to the console, okay, so let me refresh it, and if you see we got this project id 2 because we passed 2. If I pass 1 2 3, and if you see we got 1 2 3. Now this id we are going to pass, let me close this one, inside this get product id. Okay, so just copy this project id from here and pass it here. Also you have to make sure that when it's loaded, right, you have we are getting these parameters of project id. Okay, so when this parent project id is there, then only execute this line of code. Okay, and save it. So if you see we got one error, then constant, oops. Okay, so here we need to pass it actually, but that's fine. But for now I will keep empty, and let's clean everything. Okay, go back here, let's test for this first item, click enter, and if you see we got the data. Let's test for the third item. Oh sorry, let's test for this third item, and if you see we got the data. Okay, perfect. So it means whatever the logic we implemented is working. So next let me clean this up. Now whenever we jump onto this page, right, we are getting the data, and let's save that data in some state. So constant product detail comma set product detail is equal to use state, and then here you just need to set it. So set product detail response dot data dot data. Okay, and you can remove this console if you don't need it. Now obviously we are going to pass that information over here. Okay, so a couple of things we need to display it here. Okay, so let me go back to our drawing board, and let me bring this. So here this is our board. Okay, this is our product detail page. Okay, and obviously we have the header here. Okay, so first thing here we need to display which is the called breadcrumb. Okay, so if I go to this hyper ui, okay, and just search for this breadcrumbs, okay, and this is how it will show the home, the navigation in short. Okay, so that we need to show it. So obviously for example I'm coming from the home slash product detail kind of thing. Okay, and that if you want to show id, you can show the id, for example 2 3 4 kind of thing, we can show like this. Then uh, on the left hand side we're gonna show the image. Okay, so let's show the image there. So for example, this is our image we can show here on this side. Okay, and the title, so this will be the title of this particular um, what is the project. Then obviously I am gonna show the category here, then we'll show the description, and then amount. Okay, so here I will show the amount. Okay, for example $23 kind of thing. And then at the last I'm gonna show this button. Okay, so this button contains the add to cart. So let's say add to cart, and at the bottom right we already have the project list and everything. We can show the similar items on this section. Okay, so here will be our similar what is similar projects, you can say similar projects. Okay, so recommendation kind of thing. Okay, similar project recommend, or you can say similar projects recommendation. Okay, so this is how we gonna show all our project detail page. Okay, I hope you understand this one. Now let's go back here, and the first thing we need is this breadcrumb. Okay, so you can, if you see, we have very good option here. So copy the one which you like. So I will copy this one and just say copy. Now obviously I'm going to use the component. Okay, I will put this component inside this folder because somewhere also I need to use that one. So I will say breadcrumb b.jsx, add the default template. Let's go to our application here and paste the code. Okay, let me remove this one and save it. Obviously it will not display, you have to add that inside your project detail page. So here I will add that one, breadcrumb, and save it. See, this is how it looks. Okay, now let's do some padding and so let's add padding of 5. Okay, then I will add padding x to 20. Let's add padding y first, padding y to 20, and then we'll add padding x when the screen size is small, padding x to 10. Then when screen size is medium, we'll add padding x to 28. If I increase the screen size, this is how it looks. Okay, we can decrease the some padding from the top actually, so we can make padding to 5. Oh sorry, padding y to maybe 13. And if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, now same thing, obviously we added everything here. Right now here let's add the another component here. So you can, I will create a new folder inside this project detail folder only. Okay, and whatever the component which is related to this project detail, I will keep it here. Okay, the breadcrumb I keep inside this main component because I'm going to use in some other components as well, or some other page. So let's create underscore components, and inside that let's add project detail section, or you can just add project banner.jsx and one for the project detail or project info, you can say, to avoid the confusion, like this. Okay, add the default template for both of them and save it. Now let's go to this page.jsx and let's add that both this component. Okay, so inside one div I will add the project banner because we want to show it on the left side, and then project detail. Oh sorry, it's need to be info actually, info. Okay, and obviously once if the screen size is smaller, we will show project banner at the top and the info on the bottom. Okay, and also we will make sure it is flex. Okay, when the screen size is smaller, it will be a flex column, and we'll make item to be in the center. like this. Okay, okay, even though you did not make item center, that's also fine actually. Also we'll give margin top to 10 to keep some distance. Okay, let's see how it looks when the screen size is medium or larger. Okay, then we can make for small the flex row. Okay, so if I increase the size, see, this is how it looks. Also I will add another property called justify around, or maybe you can add evenly, so it evenly distributes, see, like this. Now let's pass the information which we have. Okay, right now we save all the information in the product detail page, so I will copy this one and I will pass to this product banner. Okay, so you can just say product and go to the banner, accept it as a product, and here you need to add the image. So image source, obviously this image we are getting from the product dot attributes dot banner, and again inside that we have data, again attributes, and then URL. Okay, if you did not see any image, it means our path is incorrect, but let's see. Now alt I will give banner width, you can give for example 400, height give 400. Let's save it. Let's save this one as well, and if you see, it's showing this beautiful banner, and this is how it looks on the bigger screen. Okay, then apply some class name. So class name will make a rounded corner to be large. Okay, and also I will make sure that object cover. Okay, and let's decrease size little bit, maybe like this, and save it. And if I see here, so look at like this. Okay, now it's look much better. I remove this property called justify evenly. Okay, now inside the project info we also need to pass this product information, so copy this existing one and paste it here. Okay, so we'll pass to the project info, accept it here as a project, right? Project, we give the name project. Let's make sure. So yeah, it need to be project, or we save as a product, that's fine. I mean, either way that's fine, we can call it as a product only. Okay. Now let's add the title. So h2 tag, let's say product dot attributes dot title. Okay, and add question mark, and if you see, it's coming. Also let's add the styling to this one. So let's say text of 20 pixel. Let's bring this down, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, if you see, it's touching here. So let's give some gap inside this product page. So here I will say gap of 5, like this. Okay, and obviously if the screen size is smaller, we can write like that. If screen size is smaller or larger, we'll give gap of 10, like this. Then let's add the category. So to tag, and here I will say category. Okay, and let's scroll down. If you see, it's showing the source code. Okay, let's change this to maybe 15. Text I will change to gray 400. Okay, and this look good. After that, let's add the description as well. So let's copy existing one, and here I will say description. Okay, let's give some margin from the top 5 maybe, and then we'll change color to little darker, maybe 700, like this. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. So now if I save this one, and let's see how it looks on the bigger screen. If you see, right, our screen gets smaller, and this description is showing longer because we use the flex. Okay, so in order to fix this, let's replace this flex with the grid. okay, and make this grid column 1 for the small screen, means extra small screen I mean to say, or mobile view, and then on the smaller or larger screen we make it 2. And if I increase size, this is how it looks. Let's minimize the gap, so let's say 5 only. Okay, so it is a bigger gap, but that's fine, means you can make this particular image on the center as well. Okay, so now let's add the amount. So here, after this, or not here, inside the project information. Okay, so here again I will add another h2 tag. Okay, and copy the existing one, and I will change this to pricing. Okay, and if you see, we got this pricing. Obviously we need dollar sign, add dollar sign, and let's add class name text. I will add 25 pixel, margin top to 5, maybe more, let's add 35. And on smaller screen, this is how it looks, and this is I think good. I will change this color to primary. Okay, so let's add text primary. Perfect. Okay, text medium, let's say, oh sorry, the font we need to change to medium, font medium. Yeah, that's look good to me. Okay, next let's add the button to add into the card. Okay, so I will add the div for that one, not div, let's add just button. Let's see how it look. Okay, so button to add to cart. Okay, now let's apply some styling. Obviously here I want the icon, so I will add the cart icon. Okay, and if you see, we have the cart icon, but cart one, taxi one, lucid icon. Let's search for the cart icon from the lucid. Okay, so here you can type cart. If you see it, it is say shopping cart. Okay, so add, or you can say add to cart. So I don't think cart is much better, I think. Okay, so just you can add cart. So this is called shopping cart, so let's add that one. Just say shopping uh shopping cart, shopping cart. And if I go back, and if you see, this cart is get added. Okay, let me remove this x. Now let's bring this class name, make it flex, make add the gap 2, give some padding of 4. Then let's add the background primary, text white, corner to be you can make fully roundable. I will go with the large. Okay, and you can make width full. Let's see how it looks on this screen. So full is not look good actually. Okay, but whatever we have, we will keep as it is, and I will give some padding x to 6. Okay, 10, like this. Okay, and let's give some margin top to 5 again. Okay, now obviously on a hover we'll change this effect, so some color only. So on a hover I will add text blue 700. If you see this, okay, I don't want text actually, we'll change only background. See, okay, perfect. If I go back to this one, now beautifully it's showing. If you think this button is getting too bigger, let's make it 3. Yeah, that's good now. Okay, so now we have this beautiful add to cart button as well, and you can write whether it's a what is it, instant delivery or not. Okay, so that also you can add it option. So if you see this, our API endpoint, we have the option called instant delivery. Okay, and if it's marked as a true, then you can show that one. Also I will add one more option about this pricing and h2 tag. Here we'll say eligible for instant delivery. Okay, and inside this obviously I will put one condition. Okay, so this condition is from product dot attributes dot, and if I go here, sorry, here, if you see, we have this attribute called instant delivery. Okay, so if it is true, then I am showing icon called maybe badge Don't know why it's showing this badge. Let me copy the from here. Okay, so badge check like this. Okay, otherwise I'm going to show uh, exclamatory mark or warning message maybe. So this alert octagon. Okay, so I will say alert octagon and save it, and let's see how it looks. So right now we got one error. Okay, so that's because here we need to condition it's a ternary operator. Okay, like this. So if right now if it's eligible, right, that's why it's showing this this particular icon. Okay, and let's bring this in one line. So class name flex gap of 3 to margin top to 5, and here I will change this color. So class name will add text green 500, and for this one I will say class name text yellow 500, maybe 300, make it 4. Okay, so obviously if it's not there then it will not show that one. And let's change this text color. So text gray 300. Perfect. See, okay, so it will say whether it's instant deliverable or not. Also I'm gonna change from font text of 13 pixel and the height of this one as well, 3 width of 3. And same I will keep it for this alert octagon. Okay, so it's saying eligible for instant delivery. Now I think that's look good, everything's good now. And now once you click on add to cart, then we have to implement the other functionality which will help us to add to cart. Okay, but we'll do that in some moment. Before that, now whatever the category we have, okay, for this particular product, depends on that category we are going to show the recommended product list. Okay, so let's save everything first and let's go back to our page.jsx. Okay, after this div I will add the product list. Okay, and inside that obviously I will pass the product list, and here we need to pass the list of product. So let's another method constant get product list by category, and inside that we need to add another API endpoint. So go to this global API and let's add another for get product list by category. Okay, and we will say constant get product by category is equal to, here we need to pass category, then Axios client dot get, obviously we have to pass products. Okay, and here need to pass the filters. Okay, so if I go to the documentation, okay, here you have some option to how to get or filter it out, right? So if you see we have option called filtering, and inside that you can provide the filter option. Okay, on what what field you want to filter it on. Okay, so quite easy. If you see you need to get information which is having username equal to John. So in this case we need a category equal to what are the category we are going to pass. Okay, so copy this line of code, go back to our application, and here after question mark I will paste it here like this. Here it need to be category equal to, I will add the category, then we need to add, okay, this need to be a filter actually. Okay, and populate is equal to star. Okay, to get the all information, and make sure that you will export this one and then save it. Now go back here, just call that particular API. So global API dot get product by category. Now here in this case we have to pass this category, okay, and obviously we have this product detail, so we'll say product detail dot uh, attributes dot category. Okay, make sure it's optional dot then sorry response, like this. Okay, and then we will call this once we have the data. So here I will call it like this. So now here let's test this out. So let's go to the console, and if you see we have this data. Okay, inside data right now we have two elements for this source code. Perfect. Let's close this out. And here only thing I change here, you need to pass this whatever the data you are getting, pass that one, okay, as a product, and then I'm getting from this category. Now let's save this information. Okay, so here I will say constant product category product list comma set product list is equal to use state. Okay, like this, and copy this product list and inside this product list. Okay, here you can give the title like similar projects. Okay, and save it. And if I scroll down, if you see right now it doesn't get anything. Okay, let's see. So right now we have product list. Okay, we did not set the value actually. Okay, so set the value here. So set product list to the response dot data. Okay, and also we have to make sure, let's wrap this in one div like this. Let's bring this in one line, and here we can write the condition: if product list is available, then only show the similar projects. Okay, also let's give class name margin top to 7, like this, and let's make sure that everything is we are sending correctly. We are calling this one. Let's refresh this one. Okay, and I also change this value. Okay, and if you see now we got this similar project list here as well. Okay, now let's give some gap margin. So here what I'm going to do, let's add margin top to maybe 20. Okay, and for this similar project let's give some styling. So class name, then add a font medium, then text size I will add 20 pixel, like this. Okay, and give margin bottom to 4. Perfect. Now you have the list of this project as well. Okay, and on the top you have this main project. Here if you see right, we need to change this breadcrumb. Okay, so in this case you need to pass this per complete path as well. Okay, you can pass this path, so that will I will tell you later on. But for now, if you understand how to implement this product detail page, right, very simple. Right now we just get this information and show it on the screen, and as I say, this is completely responsive. Okay, if I decrease the size, see how beautifully change the layout and everything. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and we'll move forward to the next section where we are going to learn how to add into the cart. Also we'll update this particular section about the breadcrumb. So couple of things we are going to update here, okay, before moving forward to implement the add cart. So here if you see right now this breadcrumb is not the correct, we just copy paste and we did not update this one. Okay, also if I go to this home screen, okay, and right now this clickable event is not working because we never implemented that one. So first thing, let's go back to the this product selection. Okay, so product section, and inside that we have this product list. Okay, so obviously you can implement this inside the on click event on this one, or you can even add the on click on a product item itself. Okay, so let's implement that inside the product item. So just a product item and over here. Okay, now here I will wrap this complete div into the link, and if you see I'm using this link next slash reference. Okay, and it will not reflect or it will not affect any of your changes. Okay, so right now if you see the link, when you use the link you have to mandatory to provide the h reference. Okay, so h reference. Okay, right now we'll keep empty and save it, and if you see everything is as it is. Okay, now here we need to provide the link, so in this case is slash product details. Okay, and let me go back. Sorry, it's the project detail and then the id. Okay, so project detail slash id. So in this case the id is the product dot id. Okay, so I will wrap this inside the curly braces dot product dot id. Okay, and save it. How simple it is, right? So let's go back to the localhost 3000, and if I click on any of these, right, and if you see it's going to this one. Okay, now one more thing, obviously as I say, we need to update this breadcrumb. Okay, so let's do that. So first thing, let's go to this product details page. Okay, where we use the breadcrumb. Okay, and here you need to use this use path name. Okay, so what it will do when you write the use path name hook from the next slash navigation, it will give you this path, the slash project slash detail one. Okay, and let's console this. Okay, so project path I can say. If I go to the inspect panel inside console, if you see we have got this project slash project detail one. Okay, so this is how you can get the path. Now this path you need to send to this breadcrumb. Okay, so make sure you will add this path. Okay, so here I will write the comment, right, use to get the url path. Okay, like this. Perfect. Then you have to write path is equal to the path value. Okay, and go to the breadcrumb, accept it here as a path, and then right now if you see we have this home, then that this arrow, this beautiful arrow, right, so, and then we have again this path. So let's change this to, we have this home, then we have this shirt, we can call it as a, we need to call here product details. Okay, so simple way you can do, if you want to get the only product details, you can write product, here I will say, sorry, path dot split. Okay, split with on this slash of 0 I think. Okay, let's save this one. So it's saying slim not work. Let's see, we have the path, right? Let's add path and I'm not sure why it's not getting it, but that's fine. So what we can do, one more thing. So here the thing is I added one, and obviously we did not save this page.jsx, that's why it was not showing. Okay, so let me remove this one, and if you see with this project detail. Okay, and after that we can show the next one is the id. Okay, so here instead of plain t, I will copy this existing logic. Okay, this is simple one, obviously you can define upside and use it. Okay, but it's not big deal, so that's why I'm showing here. Okay, and another is part 2, like this. Okay, as simple as that. And if you see now this get fixed. Okay, now obviously you can write the condition, if this path has split as a second element, then only show this particular item. Okay, so it up to you how you want to show it. Okay, but let's try to add the condition here, and I don't want this one. Okay, and if I save this one, obviously if right now it's there, but that's the reason it's showing again. Okay, but that's fine, you can change it later on. Okay, but this is important, so we have one and one. Okay, and everything looks good to me. Obviously if I click on home, okay, this is a home, right? So we need to go back to our previous page. So if I click on this one, if you go, it's going to previous page. Perfect. Next thing, we need to add the skeleton effect. If I refresh it, see, this is how you get, right, the broken image, and it's taking some time. So instead of that, we can show the skeleton effect. Okay, it's kind of loading effect that we are going to show it now. Now let's go to this product banner. Okay, so let me go here, and here we have banner. Okay, so we'll add one div of size similar to the image. Okay, so I will add class name. I will add height of maybe 350 pixel, then width of 350 pixel. The background I will add slate 200. Okay, and save it. And you see, this is how it looks. Okay, now we are going to give one some animation effect with the Tailwind CSS. So if you do animation, so we have option called pulse. Okay, and if you see, once you give this animation effect, it's going to see as light, some effect, right? If you see, it's not little observable, but yeah, it's there. And what you need to do, if product is not there, okay, if product is there, then only show image. Okay, so question mark, otherwise show this div. Okay, like this, and save it. Now if I refresh it, and you see this beautiful effect is coming. Okay, same thing we have to do for this React Native source code and everything. Okay, depends on the height, you can change it. So what I'm gonna do, just copy this line of code, go to this project info. Okay, and let me close everything. So just wrap on one more div, and like this. Okay, and after this I will add the div which I copied. Obviously, let me wrap this again in one div so we can add the condition and everything. Okay, so in this case I will add height of maybe 20 pixel, width I will add 400 pixel, and animate pulse. Okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. See, bottom. Okay, same thing, I'm gonna add a couple of more things like that. So div, in this case I will add only 60 pixel. Okay, obviously we'll give some margin. So here I will add class name. I will make flex column and gap of 5. Okay, then for description, obviously I need to add a couple of this one. Okay, like this. See, and one for the amount, one for the button. So one for amount, for example, if I can give here maybe 100. Okay, 100. And for a button I don't think so we need it. Okay, so what we actually need to do, we need to write a condition similar like the previous. Okay, if product is there, then it will show this particular div. Oh, not this one, this one. Okay, otherwise it will show us this div. Okay, and wrap it like this, and you can save it. Now if I refresh the screen, okay, you see the magic. See, let me bigger the size. See, okay, so this beautiful effect coming up. Okay, perfect. So this is how we're gonna implement it. Okay, let's go to the home and let's open something, this one. Okay, and if you see, so that loading effect will get added. Okay, so this is how easily you can add the Tailwind CSS. Obviously right now you can create a different component for this one. Okay, to add the this Tailwind CSS effect. Okay, so what you can do, let me copy all of these things from here. Okay, Control X, and you can go here and we'll say Skelton project in .jsx. Okay, add default template, and then I will paste this over here and save it. And on this section we'll add that Skelton. Okay, so Skelton project info. See, it doesn't change anything, only that we create a different component. Okay, if you need somewhere you can add it. Okay, obviously you can add that rounded corner. I think I forgot to add, but you can do it. Okay, no issue. So I hope you understand. Until this point we implemented this beautiful home screen. Okay, then we have this list of all the projects, okay, depends on the category. Then you can open any of the project you want, okay, and once you open, we have this beautiful loading effect. Then you are able to see the pricing, description, everything, okay. And now you have option to add to cart. Next we will learn how to do add to cart, okay. So we'll see workflow and then we'll implement this logic. So here, until this point, we are successfully able to show the product details page, okay. Now we need to add the add to cart functionality, right? But before that, when user click on add to cart, we have to make sure that user is log in to our application, okay. Then only we can store the cart data. So let me go to this our drawing board, and if you see, now once user log in on this particular screen, right? Let me bring this down. So once user click on add to cart, it will check whether the user is authenticated or not. If user is not authenticated, then obviously user will redirect to this login and sign up page, okay. And if user is login, then we will store the data, okay, into the cart, obviously into the add to cart particular page or whatever. We're gonna use Strapi to store data, and obviously when you go to the checkout page, it will fetch the data from the Strapi only again, okay. So make sure the main important thing is user need to authenticate it before adding the data into the cart, okay. So for that one, we are going to use this clerk authentication. This clerk authentication is completely free and is one of the best authentication service provider. In many of my courses, I use the clerk before, okay, and it's very easy to set up and easy to integrate. So first thing, if you don't have an account on the clerk, then create a new account and then go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, you will see some of the existing project. If you don't have, create a new add application, okay. Right now I am using the XDXT one, which I already have. So I will go inside this API keys, okay, and just copy this API keys, okay. So I will copy this API key, go to a VS Code project. Let me open this side by side, and now inside the .env.local file, paste the copied in variables keys, okay, like this. Now let's go back to our API key. Now here you have a bunch of option to customize the UI for the login page, okay. You can upload your own logo, okay. In the authentication, you can enable a multiple social authentication. Right now I am enable Google and Facebook. You can enable more, okay. It also include a GitHub, Twitter, TikTok, and a lot of more, okay. You just need to click enable and that's all, okay. Everything is so easy to integrate. Now just search on the Google, or let's go to this clerk documentation, okay. So you can just search on clerk Next.js docs, and it will give you this first link, okay, which help us to integrate the clerk inside the Next.js application. So obviously we will follow step by step process. So first thing, copy this and install the clerk inside the Next.js. So let me bring this down, open the terminal and paste this command, okay. Let's save this one. Let me close all. Once it installed, the second thing, to save this environment variable, which we already did it. Then we need to wrap complete application inside this clerk provider, okay. And this is the example how they wrap it, okay. So if you go to this layout.tsx, you need to wrap this HTML complete application inside this clerk provider. So I will copy this one. Then let's go to this layout.js by just searching Control P, and you will find this. Just type the name of the file. Now here I will add this clerk provider like this and wrap it, okay. Make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk/next.js, okay, see, and then save it. If you scroll down, then you need to add this file name called middleware, okay. So I will tell you why and where we are going to use this one, but let's add that one, middleware. Oh, sorry, I copied wrong thing. Let me delete this one. Copy this middleware, create a file name middleware.ts, and inside that paste this content as it is and save it, okay. Then if you scroll down little bit, This is the user button. Okay, this is simple user button, they are showing it, but we will use it later on. Okay, and if you scroll down little bit more, you are done. Okay, so right now if I go to our localhost 3000, okay, let's go to localhost 3000. So nothing is happening. Okay, so I just restarted my application because I had one error. Okay, the thing is I created wrong file on inside root folder. Okay, so just stop the server and restart it again. Okay, and if I go to this localhost 3000, it will show this particular landing page. Okay, so here if you see, it's saying to authenticate it. Okay, this right now if you see, this is Uber icon, I added this dummy logo. Okay, just ignore that one. And now you have option, you can just log into the application. Okay, so if I go to the Google and then you can log in it. Okay, so if I go here and then you have option to select the account and just you can log in it. Okay, but before that, if you see this particular URL, okay, which is not belong to our application or from the localhost or something like that, right? So in order to resolve that one, you have to create a custom sign in sign up page. Okay, and this is our next step inside the clerk from the clerk documentation. So go here, and here you have to follow some step to create our custom sign in sign up page. So right now copy this complete path after the app, as we are using app router. Copy this one. Then let's go back inside the app folder, and here what I'm going to do, all the authentication related pages or API we're gonna keep in one folder. Okay, because we have sign up and sign in page. So inside app I will create a new folder and I will call it as a auth. Okay, like this. So as I told you, right, we can use this circular bracket as well, and inside that now I will create this create file icon and then paste the path which you copied and just change to JSX. Okay, and then paste this particular data and save it. Okay, same thing you have to do for this sign in. So I will copy this complete path inside the auth folder, create a new file and paste the data and make it JSX. Okay, now copy this content as well and save it. And if I scroll down, these are the variable you need to paste it in .env.local file like this. Okay, and then save it. If I scroll down now we can try to look for localhost 3000. So let's go to this localhost 3000, and if you see, now we are in localhost 3000. See, okay, and now it asking for sign in and sign up. Great, right? So also if you see, we have this header. Okay, and you can get rid of that header as well. So it's very easy, because right now what we did, let me go back to our application. Here we added the children inside that one. Okay, so we have this club provider and inside that we are rendering these children. Okay, so you can obviously get rid of that one as well, or you can just provide this club provider inside these children as well. It's up to you, or you can just remove it by checking whether the user is already logged in or not. Okay, we will do it later on, but for now if you see, we are getting this login on our localhost 3000. Okay, now let's design this page. Okay, and also I will just check whether this user is login or not, and to hide this header. Okay, so what you can do, go to the header. Here we have one hook called use user. Okay, and if you see, it's inputting from the clerk Next.js. Okay, and you can mention if user is available, then only show this header, otherwise don't show it. And if I save it, okay, so right now we got error that use user is not a function. So let me fix this issue, and here you can just mark this component as a use client. Okay, so that it will be on the client side, and if you see, this header is gone. Same thing you can do it for footer, but right now we are not implement the footer, so we'll do it later on. Okay, now let's go to the sign in page. So this is our sign in page, and here let's wrap this inside the curly braces, and over here we're going to use the hyper UI. Okay, so if I go to this authentication form section, here we have this beautiful design. Okay, you can copy the one which you like, and on the right hand side, instead of this form, we are going to replace with our actual clerk page. So go to this, click JSX and copy everything, Then I will just paste it here, okay, and make sure to remove this comment. Also, uh, let's cut this sign in, and then select delete this complete div because we don't want it, and paste the sign in, okay, and save it. And right now on the small screen it will look like this, but if I increase the screen size, see how beautifully it's showing, right, our sign in page. Okay, now obviously you can make some changes on the left hand side. This you can change this image as well, it's up to you, and then you can make the change as per your need. Okay, so right now let's log into the application. Okay, and if I go and I select one of the account, and if you see now it's logged into this application. Okay, but still obviously it's showing this login register button because we did not make any changes over here. Okay, so let's change this one now. So go to the header, and inside here, right, if you see we already added this condition whether the user is available, and that's why it's showing this header. Okay, after this one we have the these two buttons, right? One is for this we actually, oh yeah, one for this login and one for this register. Okay, so we'll put the condition if user is not there. Okay, and then you can show you then only show this login and register. Okay, and if you see right now the user is there, and that's why it's this particular button is gone. Okay, now let's replace that button with the user profile image. Okay, and it's very easy. Right now let's add the question mark now here, and I will add the alternative operator condition, add div, and inside this div I will add user button. Okay, and if you see this user button is importing from the Clerks Next.js. Okay, and save it. And if you see how beautifully this button get added, this is nothing but the user's login Gmail profile image. Okay, if I click on it, you can even manage the account and sign out, or you will see these details as well. Also along with that one, I also want to add the shopping cart here. Okay, so just add shopping cart and save it, and if you see we got this shopping cart. Now obviously we will modify that little bit, so let me make class name, make it flex. We'll make item to be in the center, give gap of 3 like this, hit 5. Then let's give some styling to this particular card. So I will add class name, then we'll change text to primary, so it will be the color will get changed, or it's better to keep black only, that's look much better. Okay, and obviously after this one, right, I will also add let's try to add 0 like this. Okay, so it will show how many items inside this one. Okay, so let's put this inside one h2 tag like this. Okay, obviously I will make this class name flex. Okay, and if you want to give some gap, you can give some gap as well, gap of 1 like this. Okay, and if I increase the size, see it's showing this. Obviously if you want to put this user button after this one, you can do that. If I increase size here, you will see this card icon, and then on the right hand side you have this authentication. Okay, now for this one I will make cursor pointer, so that if I hover on this one, you will see the cursor pointer get changed. Okay, perfect. Now if I go back onto this page, and now I have option to click on the card, so that this value get changed, and then we will show the card details as well. Okay, now one more thing here. Okay, let me log out from this screen for now. Okay, and let me go to localhost 3000. So right now if I try to go to this, our landing page is still asking me this login page. Okay, so the question is now how to avoid this, because on landing page and the product detail page I don't want the sign in screen. Okay, so let's go to this middleware.ts, okay, which we created from the clerk, and inside that we have option called public routes. Okay, public routes, and inside that you will define the which route you don't want a sign in page. So in this case I want on the home page, I don't want sign in page. Okay, and just define like this. Now if I go to localhost 3000, if you see, you don't need a sign in page. Okay, and even though if you did not log in, still you can access this one. Okay, but along with that, our header is also gone because we added the condition if user is there, then only show the header. Okay, and also another thing, if I click on this any of this item, right, it also ask login for the product details page. So also for that one you can add this same route. Okay, so go here and then add the condition. Let me check the name. So localhost project detail. So copy this one and paste it here. Okay, and it need to be start with slash, and obviously after that we have the dynamic value. Okay, so for that one you have to write bracket dot star. Okay, so this will consider as any dynamic value after project detail. Okay, if I go back and open any of this value, if you see, even though you did not log in, still you can able to access this one. Okay, let me go to this localhost, and if I open any of this project, you can able to access it. Okay, now only thing we need to fix is the header because header is gone. Okay, so here just remove this condition, okay, the user, and if you see now I can able to see this, okay, this particular header after removing this user. And over here inside the use effect, okay, you can write the condition, or let me try to write outside this use effect as well. Okay, so for example, let's console it, console.log. Inside that add the window dot location dot hrefs. Okay, and this will give us the URL. Okay, so if I go to this console, and if you see in the header jxx10 we got this localhost project detail 2. Okay, it means it's written this complete URL. Perfect, that's good. Now if I go to this sign in, okay, and if you see it's returning the sign in. Okay, perfect. Now what you need to do, let's define one state. We'll say constant is login comma set is login is equal to use state. Okay, and inside the use effect we'll set is login. Okay, only thing is just take this hrefs. Okay, we'll convert it into to string. Okay, so if it's anything you can convert it into string, make sure. Then we have to check with the includes, if that includes the string called sign dash in. Okay, if this is small, okay, if you see sign in, okay, if that include a sign in, then set the login as a true. Obviously it will return a true, otherwise it won't return a false. And then you can put a condition, if is login is true, then don't show it. Obviously you have to make not, if it's not login, then only show it. Okay, if I save it now, and if you see the magic, the header is gone. Okay, now if I try to go to localhost 3000, see the header is showing, even though if I go to this page the header is showing. Okay, so this is the way we can remove. Another thing, as I say, if user login, and obviously the button, we need to connect this button to the login screen. So go to the, we are already in header. Here we need to add sign in. Okay, here as well I will add for register sign in, or you can make it sign up. Okay, but when you make the sign up, you have to make sure that you will add the condition here for a sign up as well. Okay, so for example sign up. Okay, either way, but right now I will keep one, and if I click on login, it will redirect to the sign in page. That's good. Also, if I click on add to cart, okay, and if user is not login, we have to make sure it will jump. Okay, but let's do one thing. As I say, we already defining this one. That's good. On add to cart, if user is not login, that condition we need to check. So go to this add to cart, so which is in the product info.jsx. Okay, here we need to check on the click event. So let's add on click event and on add to cart click. Okay, so this method is calling on the click. Obviously we don't have that this method, so let's create one method. Okay, the arrow function, and it will check if user is already there. So we have to define the user using constant user is equal to use user. Okay, and let me save everything, make sure we are not getting any error here. If is define if user is not there, okay, then you return nothing. And then it will, we want to redirect to the sign in page. So in order to redirect programmatically, okay, you have to define the router. Okay, so just define router is equal to use router. Okay, and this use router we are importing from this next/navigation. Okay, like this. And now from the router dot, we have a method called push, and whatever the URL you want to go, you can go it like this. Okay, now let's save everything. Let's click on add to cart, and if you see, it redirect to the sign in page. Now just sign in with the account which you want, and then it back to this sign in. And if you see, this header is also get changed with this beautiful profile and the cart icon. And now if I go back here and try to add to cart, now if you see, nothing is happening because we did not write any condition, and it's not going to the sign in page again because we already sign in. Okay, so here now obviously we are going to write logic to add to cart. Okay, so this method is used to add project/product into cart. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. If you think this is a little complicated, don't worry, you can ask me question on any time. Obviously you can join me, the link which is in the description. Once you join as a membership, I can help you one-to-one anytime. Okay, just message me on buy me coffee, or you can message me on Instagram as well. Okay, so see you in the next section. So in this section, we are going to implement add to cart functionality. So once user click on add to cart, we are gonna save the required information onto the Strapi backend. Okay, and obviously we are gonna update this particular cart number as well. Okay, so how many items are in the cart and everything. So for that one, I created one collection type of type cart. Okay, and inside that I added the user's name, the email address, then the product, okay, and the product image. Okay, so right now I don't think so we need this product image, but if you see, this product is of type relation, and this relation is with the product. Okay, so you can select that one from this relation category. See, if you select the relation, select the product, and then you can make the relation how whatever you want. Okay, so make that one. So right now I already added, so I'm not doing anything, and make sure to save it. Okay, the main logic behind this one, right, connecting this card with the products. So you just need to pass the product ID, and automatically Strapi will taking care of connecting that particular ID with the actual product. So whenever you are fetching the cart information, you will get the all the product in details as well. Okay, so first thing, let's go to the settings again, go to the API token, and just edit the existing API token. Here you have to make sure that you can able to upload, find, create, delete, enable all the things. Okay, we need this, and then save it. Okay, obviously we are going to create a new record, so make sure to add this one, API/API/cart. Okay, so that you will get to know, okay, you are creating a new record. Okay, and then save it. Now let's copy this endpoint, and this is a post required because this is a create API. Okay, now go to your application. Let me go back here inside the global API.js. I'm gonna create a new API. Okay, so this will be for create or add to card collection. Okay, I will write constant get, or we will say, sorry, add to cart. Oops, sorry, my bad. So here obviously we need to put axios dot. Now we need to do post method. Okay, here you need to pass the API endpoint and then the data. Okay, obviously you need to pass data. So what data you want to save, that data you need to pass. I'll make this a small and make sure to add it here, add to cart like this. Okay, and save it. Now once you save it, let's close this global API. Now here we already have this add to cart click method which we implemented, and here we are going to add logic to add into the cart. Okay, so whenever we click add to cart for that particular product, all because we already have product information here. Okay, so first thing, let's define data. Inside this data we need to define this data again. Okay, because in the Strapi, if I go back here inside the documentation, okay, to create entry, if you see here you have option called create entry, click on that one and it will give the simple example how to create an entry. And if you see, this is the post request they are making, and you have to pass the data object like this. Okay, and then you'll get some response in the result. Okay, so same way we are going to do that. So let's go back here, and whatever the information you need, you can put it. As I say, we need the user name, so we'll put user name as user dot full address. Oh, sorry, full name. Okay, so this is we are getting from this user. Okay, then email address. To get the user email address, we can get it from user dot primary email address dot email address. Then obviously we need some more data, for example product. Okay, and here you need to pass the product ID, so just need product dot id. Okay, and make sure, let's go back here inside the content type builder and make sure we have only 3 items. Okay, it's a products, so just rename that to products. Okay, like this, and save it. Now make our API call, so global API dot add to cart. Here you need to put this data. Okay, make then request response and just write the response. Okay, we'll just make sure add to cart, I will say here, and if we got the successful response, then we will say that okay, we are able to add into the cart. Otherwise we will handle the error. Okay, here like this, and we will console the error, comma error. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. So let's go back to our application, open the spec panel, go to the console, clean everything. Okay, I will also open the network tab and click add to cart. Okay, so right now we got one error and it's saying the products is not defined. Okay, so the reason is it's just a products, and this we need to make products. Okay, so now clean again, go back here, click add to cart, and we again got one more error. Okay, so it's saying the bad request. Let's see what's the issue. So we are getting this error because if you go back to this global API, right, and I'm using Axios instead of Axios client. If you are using the Axios, okay, it will be saying that okay, this localhost 3000 is not found. Okay, and we are not using localhost 3000, we are using 1337. Okay, and let's test this out now. Now if I click add to cart, okay, so now it's saying method not allowed. Okay, it means that now it's different error. Okay, so whatever they mentioned is a now completely different error. So here again by mistakenly add API. Okay, make sure to remove that one, and let's test this out. Now clean everything, let's add to cart, and if you see, it's showing now 2000 response, and in the response we got this particular information. It means our data is inserted. Let's check in the database. Okay, so I'm in cart, and if you see, this new record get added, got gameplay, and if you see, this particular ID also get attached, which is the product ID. Okay, and which is username and the email. Perfect. It means we are able to store this particular data in our database. Now one more important thing here. Okay, we completed, we are now able to save the data, everything is good. Okay, now let's try it for the other what do you say, project. Okay, let's go select this project, click add to cart. Okay, obviously right now we are not showing any message, okay, anything that is get added or not. Okay, but we can show the notification later on. But let's test it out whether we are getting or not. And if I go to the card, see, 5th item is getting inserted. Okay, perfect. Next thing, now we need to update this number. Okay, So what we are going to do, we are going to use context for that one. Okay, so let's go back here and create a context. Okay, so inside this I will create a new folder and I will call it as a context. Okay, so context will help us to share or update the value throughout the application. Okay, if you define or wrap that particular context, or your application, whatever the application, whatever the components you wrap inside this context, you can share this value throughout that one. Okay, so let's take this example. So first let's define this context. I will say cart context.js. Here write export constant. I will give same name as I gave the file name to this context name is equal to, you have to write create context, see, from the React, and inside that provide the null value. Okay, now your context is ready. Now let's go to this layout.js file. Okay, this is the main layout.js. Inside the clerk provider, I will add the cart context like this. Okay, and just wrap that similar like clerk provider, and inside that you have to provide the default value. Okay, sorry, you have to write dot provider. Okay, so I missed this one. So cart context dot provider is equal to the value you have to provide the default value. So I will say cart comma set cart. Okay, and define that value. So I will define the state constant cart comma set cart is equal to use state like this. Okay, now obviously initially it is empty, but we are sending this value. Okay, now obviously you have to make this as use client. Okay, and once you make this use client, you have to make sure that you are not passing this metadata. Okay, so I remove this metadata as well. Okay, for now we are good. So let's save everything. Okay, and now whenever you are trying to add it to the cart, okay, we have to make sure you will updating this value. But before that, let's attach the value of the cart to this particular number. Okay, so it is in the header. Okay, so first thing you have to get that context. So you have to write constant, the name of the context with cart and set cart, the method, sorry, the state name is equal to, you have to write the use context and the context name. So in this case is cart context like this. Okay, oops, sorry. Yeah. Now we can get the length of the cart to show that they are as a number. So maybe here you can show it. So here we can say in bracket cart, okay, dot length, and save it. Okay, and right now if you see it's showing 0 because currently we don't have anything. Okay, now when you click to the add to cart, okay, let's go to this here and just click on add to cart. Okay, so it is in the project info, and after this one, when we added this successfully, right, or you can add it here as well, but right now we'll keep it here. Okay, because once you add it, then only we have to make sure that it is also reflected inside the cart. Okay, before that let's define the cart here again. So constant cart comma set cart is equal to use context is equal to, here you have to provide the context name, so cart context. Okay, and if you see here, so right now we wrap this our context. Okay, all the project we wrap it. That's the reason we can able to use this cart anywhere inside the application. Okay, not only use, but we can update the value. Okay, so in this case now we are going to update the value. Okay, so here what I will do, I will add the set cart. Obviously whatever the object list we have inside the set cart, along with that we have to add existing one. Okay, so for example, let's say cart. Okay, and inside that again we have to define the cart, so that existing value will remain there and new value get added into the existing one. Okay, so inside this one we will set the cart. Okay, so I just deleted that, and here with the existing value, so write existing value, then dot 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 the existing value and along with the new value. So inside for the new value we will add the only product value. Okay, so whatever the product value is there, we will add it inside this particular cart. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back here, let's try to add cart. Right now if you show, see it's showing the 0 value. Okay, if I add to cart, see it changed to 1. Okay, let's try for another project to add into the cart. So right now if you see, it get vanished. Okay, but we'll fix that issue. But if you say add to cart again, if I click add to cart, see it's showing now. Okay, the only thing now we need to do whether it's persist or not. Right now if you see, it's not persisting this value. Okay, and that issue we need to fix. Sometimes it's persisting if you see right in the case, and if I add to cart the new item, it's showing the third item as well. Okay, but if I go back from the means if I refresh it, okay, then it's going it's vanishing. So to fix that issue, right, we need to make sure whenever application get load very first time or any time, okay, we are going to fetch the data of this user. Okay, if I go back and go to this cart, right now a lot of item we added, see. Okay, so now all of this data we need to fetch it. Okay, so for that one, if I go to this let me go back. So we have one in the documentation we have this section called populate select. Okay, and inside that one, here we have the some option, right? We already use this to get API call to populate all this field. Okay, after that we also have the you can specific field you can populate. Okay, also we have populate two levels. It means you can populate nested value as well. Okay, so let me show you the example. So I use somewhere okay, so let's try this example. Okay, so let's add the okay, in this case we'll add cards. Okay, and if I enter this one, right, if I go here, yeah, so if you see, let me zoom this one little bit. So right now I want to populate the products. Okay, and inside the product I want to populate the item which is the banner. Okay, if I just populate, if I remove this one is equal to star, if I populate the cart only, I'm getting only this much information. Okay, which contains this uh okay, yeah, this contain the username name, okay, and the product information. But I also need the banner information as well, because I want to show that image inside the cart page or checkout page that we are going to build next. But for now we need that information, so that's the reason I modified this query little bit to get the banner. If I enter it now along with the products, see this is the product we are getting. I'm also getting the banner. Okay, so that's the reason I am using this particular query. So copy this query, okay, and go back to our application. So go to this global API, and here we are going to get write a new API endpoint, and I will call get cart user cart items. Okay, and here I will say constant get user cart item, and I will say here I will pass the user email address because we need to pass user email. So I will say write email XJS client dot get, and then pass paste sorry paste this particular endpoint. Okay, now obviously along with that one, okay, we need to make sure that we are fetching only cart or only this list which is matching with the email address. Okay, so along again we need to modify this little bit. So you have to add the and operator, then you have to write filters. Okay, email is equal to sorry email equal, I think, so let's see the documentation little bit. So you can say get entry, maybe this is simple actually. Okay, so let populate only, and we have filtering. Okay, yeah, we need filter, right? So here how you can do it. So you have to write filters, the field name, the operator. So operator you have equal, not equal, less than equal, or a lot of things. Okay, so right now we just need equal. Okay, sorry, and you can use that one. So go back here again, and here you need to write dollar equal, is equal to the mail address. So in this case, I am using this dummy email address, and if I enter it, now I'm getting all this uh, items, oh sorry, cart item which is belong to this email address. Okay, obviously email address is unique for each user. Okay, so let's copy this field. Okay, and make sure to paste it here. We add it, and okay, and obviously email address we are going to provide, so that's why I will replace it with this plus email. Okay, and make sure to export this was g get user cart item items. We can make it items. Okay, now the question is, where can we fetch that information? Okay, so obviously we can fetch it inside the layout.js. Okay, because here only we are updating or setting this cart set cart value. Okay, and whenever we are going to update or refresh the screen, obviously this page is getting also refreshed. Okay, so let's add a constant get cart item and the method. So here we'll call global API dot get cart item user cart item. Here we need to pass user email dot then and the response. So I just realized that obviously we need to pass email, but obviously we need to use that use user clerk hook to get that email address. Okay, but if you see, this is the clerk provider. Inside that, after whatever the component we define, that only can use that use user and not this particular layout. Okay, now we have two options. The first, we can put these children in some other component and then use that or call that method, or maybe we can call it inside the header directly. Okay, so what I will do, I will cut it from here, go to the header. Okay, and over here I will call that method. So constant, I already copied, so I'll paste it here like this. Make sure to add global API, and I will call it here. Okay, so here we already fetching the user. Okay, and from that we will get primary email dot email address. Okay, now let's add the UI for this cart. Okay, so inside the underscore component, let's create cart.jsx, add the default template. Okay, and save it. Now obviously this particular icon is on the header, so I will add that cart component inside the header. Okay, so go to the header, and nearby this cart icon. Okay, so after this one, if you we have this button and all, here I will add the cart. Okay, like this, and save it. And if I go back here, so let's add some of the properties. So first I will add this line of code. Okay, so which is just giving the height and width. Okay, and making this absolute. Okay, if I save this one, this is how it looks. Okay, so it's on the top of this one, and obviously I set below this cart. Okay, by setting absolute and by positioning right and from the top. Okay, like this. It's not big deal. You can just access this from the source code if you face any issue. Also, if I want to give border, you can give some border to this one. Okay, so or maybe let's give shadow. Okay, now next, if I go to the hyper UI, right, as I told you, from the hyper UI we will use this design. So let's go to the view, and in this case, okay, I need just the inner layout. Okay, so I will just copy from this div, and I will copy until first element. Okay, so let's go back to application, paste here. Okay, and in the ul tag and in the div tag, and save it. And if I go back here, see, this is how it looks. Okay, also I want to show this button, similar kind of button. So button is at the bottom side. Okay, so see this one. So this div tag I will copy, maybe, yeah, this much. If I go back here, and after this div I will paste this buttons, and this is how it looks. Okay, obviously I will give some margin. Okay, so let's give some margin top to 5. Let me update this button. I don't want this checkout button. Okay, I will replace this checkout to view cart, and I will delete this one. Okay, and it look good. If I added multiple items, for example, this list, okay, we have multiple list, one, two, okay. If you see, we got the multiple list. Now, if you observed our button and this name is going below this particular layout, okay. So what you can do, you can mark this div as overflow auto, okay. If I mark it, if you see, now it's inside and now you can able to scroll it. Perfect. So this look good, okay. Now couple of things we need to do. Obviously, we are going to show the items here. So let's add our contact user constant. Then we'll define the cart comma set cart. From that we'll get item, right? Use um, context, and the context name is cart context, okay. Obviously, I will remove all this list, only I will keep it one. And obviously whatever it is inside the cart, we will need to iterate it, okay. So just add cart dot map, and inside that we will add the item comma index and the arrow function like this, okay. And let's put all the list inside this one, okay. Now obviously this is just dummy. Let's save this one and just make sure we got these three data. See, item is showing three, and here as well is it's showing the three items, okay. Obviously in view my cart, I hard coded this number. Also I update this number to cart dot length, so it will show correct number. Oh, length. See, card 3, okay. Now first thing, let me update this, okay. So you can add your own image, so which is in the item dot attributes dot banner dot url, oh, sorry, dot data dot attributes dot url, okay. I know it's a long path we need to give, but we don't have option, okay. We need to give this path, otherwise you can map beforehand, okay. And let's see whether we are getting data. Oh no. So attributes, we have item, banner, data, again we have attributes, and then we have url, okay. We'll check it out in some time, but in meantime let's update the title. So here I will give title. So here I will say item dot title, and let's say whether it's getting or not. So see, the title is also not getting. It means whatever we have inside the cart, where it is, so this cart, right, we are not getting proper data. Let's console that data first. So let's add use effect to console it. So here I will just console the cart, okay. So go to the inspect panel, console, and I don't think so we have anything in cart. Let me refresh it again. So okay, so this is different error, but if you see in a cart it's showing empty because this get executed beforehand only, okay. So what we can do, we can add a condition. If cart is there, then execute my cart, and if you see, now we got the data in the cart, okay. But we just console it, okay. I don't think so it's there right now, but you can add the condition. If cart is there, then only show the cart, but still we have the issue. Let me check it out. So I fixed this issue in meantime, okay. The only thing the issue was here, if you see, right, we have this we just added this until this product, okay. But inside that again we need to add the data of the first element, okay. So that's we need to play around, and then you will get to know the issue, okay. But let me refresh the screen, and if you see, we have the data, okay. This CG image might be a broken, okay, that's why it's not showing, but that's fine, you can just ignore that one. And now we have proper data, okay. If I try to add this card, and if you see, is get added, okay. Perfect. Now let's add some other field like title and everything. So let me go to this card. Inside that item we have dot attributes dot title, and if you see, we have the title. Obviously I will limit that one, so I will say line clamp 1, okay, like this. Then instead of size I will show the category. So item dot attributes dot category. Okay, and it will show the category. I don't know why it's showing. Okay, so let's remove this xxx, and then I will show the price. Okay, so here we are going to show price. So item dot question mark dot attributes dot pricing. Okay, and this need to be in dollar, so we'll put dollar. Let me remove this second line and save it. Okay, so right now this is broken. Okay, if we whatever we added, it just get broke. I need to we'll check it out why it's broke, but if you see, right, okay, we are getting proper 5 item, okay, from there. Now next thing, okay, we need to close this. Okay, only when I click this one I need to open, and when I open it, sorry, click again, it will open it. So let's go back to a header, and here I will define one state. Okay, so constant open cart comma set open cart and is equal to use state. Initially I will make it false. Now this use state will handle this particular cart. Okay, so go to this cart, and here I will say set open, sorry, open cart, maybe open cart is true, then only open the card or show the card. If you see, it's gone. But if I change this to true, it will show. Okay, perfect. Now obviously let's add the cart. Where is cart icon? On click event to that cart icon, and to this user button click. So this is our button, right? Let me bring this down, and here I will add the on click method. Okay, and here I will write set cart. Okay, and whatever the cart value I will opposite, whatever the cart value is there, will make it opposite of that one. Okay, and save it. If I click on this cart right now, let's make this cart. Oh yeah, if I click on cart, okay, oh, so it's not showing. Let me see what's the issue. So we, oh, so the reason is, right, we, okay, let me, it's our fault. Okay, it's not set cart actually. The it's open cart and set open cart, right? My bad. So we need to show the set open cart. Okay, so set open cart opposite value, and save it. And now if I click on it, see, it's showing. If I click again on it, it will display. Okay, perfect. That is it working. Okay, also whenever we add to the cart, okay, we need to open this one. Okay, so to do that, right, we need to just add one use effect. We'll add one use effect. Okay, and what this use effect will do, whenever the value inside the cart is get changed, if this value get changed, for example, okay, then only we gonna update this set open cart. Okay, so we'll update this set open cart here like this to true. Okay, so if I refresh it, it's showing it. Okay, but let's close this one, and if I add, okay, let's add some different item now in this line. Okay, and let's add this item, for example. If I add to cart, okay, and if you see, it's open automatically and it's showing now. Okay, so this is how it works. Only thing you need to control whether cart has this the cart is changed or not, or you can make this cart, and also I want to make this, okay, we can make a condition like if card is false. Okay, so open cart is equal to false, and this condition. Okay, so now if I go to this home screen, it's still showing, but let's close this one. Let's go to this page, still is open. Let's add to cart, see, it's showing, and we have the data. Okay, now we'll fix this issue. I will check why it's happening, and I will tell you the issue actual why it's not showing the data. But in meantime, I hope you understand the everything, this flow and everything. Okay, and that's how we are not now able to add the cart. Okay, so next we are gonna add the the complete cart page, okay, the similar like we have here, okay, like this, okay. And then once you click on checkout, it will went to the payment process and there everything, okay. So that we are gonna do, but before that we will at this particular page once we click on view my cart option, okay. Obviously on continue shopping you can do one thing, okay. So on continue shopping inside the cart you can mark the set cart as a false, okay. So just try it out. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So we have one quick fix here, okay, before moving or before implementing this cart complete page. Right now we are adding this product, okay, into the cart. Obviously first we are adding into our database and then we are updating inside the context, okay. So inside the context we are just updating or adding the product information, okay. Until this point that is completely fine, but the problem is if you see, right, we already added data and everything, but the issue is when we want to remove any of the item from the cart, right. Once we implement the feature like this, right, user want to delete any of this item, we need to delete the record from this cart as well, okay. And in order to delete that record we need this record id, okay. So let me show you this API endpoint for now. So this is the API get endpoint where is returning id and obviously some value, and if I add the populate question mark populate, okay, for example banner, that's fine, then it will also return the product information. And right now we are just storing this product information and not nothing else, okay. So to fix this issue we need to make sure that we also save this id, okay, so that in future we can delete the data. So what you can do, let's go back in our VS Code project. Here I will put it like this. So along with the cart I need to store two more field. One is the id and this id we are getting from this response. So once user let me show you before adding that one. So once user click on add to cart, right, it's returning some data. So let me go to the inspect panel, go to the console, or we can go to the network tab, and if I click on add to cart, right, if you see this API endpoint which is used to add the cart, this is the payload we are sending, and in the preview is nothing but the returning data, right, and this return the id for us along with the other attributes, but it returning id for us as well, okay. So this id we need to store inside the id, okay. So let's do that. So id, and we can fetch it from response dot data dot id, okay, like this. And then we will store product information as well. So product, and we can say product only, okay. Now we have id and product inside the set cart, okay. And here we can say if the response is there, then only execute this set cart, okay. Oops, it need to be outside of this one. Perfect, like this, okay. Now obviously we updated here, but once we fetch the data in there as well we need to update it, okay. So if I go to this header.jsx, and here we are fetching the data, right, and if you see right now we are just adding this product information, same thing we have to do it here. So I will add the id of product dot id, okay, comma product, okay. And this product will be, I will copy this particular line like this, okay. Now inside that we have also get the updated data. Let me remove this console, we don't need any more, and looks good to me, okay. Once you update everything, obviously if you see we got the error, okay, and the product is not defined, okay, this is called prd only, okay. Now we might get the error, okay, inside the cart.jsx. So let's go to the cart.jsx, and you need to update a lot of things here, okay. So first thing, we are getting all the products from the item. Obviously we are fetching dot products, so item dot product, okay. And this might help. So right now we updated image, then if I scroll down here as well we need to update. So make sure to update with the products and not product. So it's need to be a product, okay, not products. and I think I made a lot of changes here, and if you see, now everything's working fine. Okay, so these are some of the things which is are not correct, because sometimes the content I when I try to test, I put some dummy data. Let me clean everything, delete it, say yes. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh everything. Our cart is empty now. Okay, now let's add this item, add to cart, and if you see, it's not showing. Let's add this one as well, so add to cart, and if you see, even though if I refresh, it's still there. Okay, perfect. So this is the quick fix, and I hope you understand this one. Okay, if you think this is a little confusing, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me question um, on Instagram as well. Okay, now when user click on this view my cart, we are gonna show a brand new cart with this all the item, and obviously we are giving functionality to delete the item from the cart, or they can move to the payment page as well. Okay, so for that one, let's go to the we need to create a route, right? So you need to go to this project details. Inside that we have the component, right? So obviously you don't need to make the different route. You can make the route like uh, my cart. Okay, you can say my cart, and or you can just say cart. Okay, right now we don't have that particular API endpoint, but if you say cart, obviously we can show the cart information. Okay, so for that one, inside the app folder, let's create a new folder, and here we can say cart. Okay, and inside that, let's create a page.jsx file. Okay, add the default template and save it. Let's say as a cart. Here say cart and save it. Okay, and now you see right now it's showing cart, and we don't have any more that 404 error, because this path is now eligible. Okay, means it's accessible. Obviously if you did not log in, it will not show. Okay, so now we need to add the UI for that one. Okay, so what I will do, if I go to this hyper UI, right, and this is the inside the cart section, we have this cart. Okay, this beautiful page. So I'm going to use this same page. Obviously we're gonna edit, modify it according to our need, but for now let's go to the view, click JSX and copy the content. So here let me paste it here and remove these comments and save it. And if you see inside our cart, okay, now we have this beautiful checkout page. How easily we implemented, right? Perfect. Next, obviously we need to replace this all of these things. Okay, so let's do that one, and we don't need this number actually. Okay, so I'm gonna remove that input as well. So first thing, make sure you have the cart. So let's get constant cart comma set cart. Obviously which we are using use context, because whatever we kept in the context, that one we are fetching here. And then inside the context we will say cart context, like this. Okay, and then obviously we are going to iterate it. So this is the list. I will delete one of them and we'll keep others inside the map. So let's delete this one as well. Let's add cart.map. Inside that I will add item comma index, and then this arrow function. Let's put this list inside this div. Oops. And then let's add the key here, key index. Now obviously I will replace this image with the image for item dot product dot attribute dot banner dot data dot attribute. I will copy the existing one. This is a little bigger, so let's copy it from the cart. Same thing. So let's paste it here. Okay, and save it, and let's see whether we are getting the image or not. So if you see right now we got error that this page need to be used at client side. So make it use client, and if you see right now we are getting that our images. Okay, Now same thing you have to do it for the title. So let's copy the existing title path from the cart page and I will paste it here. Oops. Inside the curly braces. Then we have this category and then pricing. Obviously we need to wrap inside the curly braces. Remove this one and save it. If I go back in our cart page, see, it's beautifully showing. Okay, now here instead of this one you can put the amount on the right hand side. Okay, so that will look good. So I will remove this particular pricing section from here, and instead of this input, and obviously I don't want this form as well. Let's try to put the pricing and let's see how it looks. Okay, perfect. Obviously I will start with the dollar, add the dollar amount. Okay, and if I increase the size, see how this is how it looks. Okay, obviously on click of the delete we need to delete this particular record, but for now I think this look good. Obviously now we need to calculate the subtotal, VAT, discount and everything. Okay, but for now whatever we have, we need to add this functionality as well. But before that, let's implement this subtotal and all. Okay, so obviously I'm not gonna add this VAT and everything. Okay, just we will put the total amount. Okay, so if I go down, we have this subtotal, we have this VAT. I want to delete this one and only we will calculate the total. Okay, so obviously in order to calculate the total amount, I'm gonna call one function which can call where we can call it as a get total amount. Okay, like this, and let's define that method over here. So I will say constant get total amount. Okay, and obviously I will use cart dot for each. Okay, and let's print the element. So what element? Okay, obviously we'll getting the id and product. Okay, so console.log, and we put the element. I just wanted to show you. Okay, so let me go back here and let's go to the inspect panel. Okay, so you will get some understanding how it getting called. Okay, so let me where it is. Okay, so if you see, right, this is the object and this is how we are getting the item. Okay, now from the item we need to get the pricing information. Okay, so obviously in order to get the pricing information, you can type element dot product dot attributes dot pricing. Okay, and now if you see, we will only get pricing 2.99 2.99. Okay, now we need to do the subtotal of this pricing. Okay, so let's define one constant here and let's define state. So constant total price comma set total price, okay, is equal to use state. Okay, and inside that we can store obviously a couple of things you can do. You can directly return the value from here. Okay, or as I say, you can set the value for the pricing. Okay, this is up to you. So obviously I will store here because whenever we delete the item, we can again call this method and then we will update the value. Okay, so we'll say set total pricing is equal to total pricing plus and this amount. Okay, so obviously first we will put 0 value and then this value, and obviously we need to make sure the value which we are adding is need to be a number. Okay, now we have the total pricing value, and inside the use effect, whenever the card data is available, okay, then only we will execute get total amount like this. Okay, now obviously once we define here, you don't need to call get total amount here, we just need to call total price. Okay, so like that way. Let me remove this console and let's test this out. So if I refresh it here, right now if you see, we get only 2.99. it means it's not get added. Okay, it's getting added, but this particular means once we update the value, that state is not getting updated immediately. So that's the reason we have this issue. So in order to fix this issue, right, because as I told you very in the beginning of the course, the state is not getting updated immediately, okay, and that's the reason we are getting the same value. Okay, obviously right now inside the state we have the 5.98, but when we are it's not that next state is not getting updated. Okay, so obviously we have the solution for that. As I told you in the beginning, let's remove all of the state. We'll define one variable called total amount. Okay, and here we'll say total amount is equal to total price, and this one, okay, we'll say total amount, and then we'll return the total amount here. Okay, and this get total amount we will call the initially as the same way we can call it here. Okay, so to get total amount here like this, and if I save this one, go back to our application. Okay, we got nan, because let me go back here, we will define 0 first. Okay, initial value, and if you see we got this total amount here. Oh, sorry, see. Okay, so in that way you can do that. Now let me remove this 2% discount because we don't want that one. So check out, maybe it's here. Oops. So remove this one. Okay, so perfect. Now we have clean and simple cart. Okay, next we want to remove this item. Okay, so for that one we need to implement the API endpoint. Okay, and if I go to the content manager settings, and obviously inside API token we have the cart and we have the delete operation. Okay, and this is how we are going to call delete. Oh, sorry, this is delete. So delete operation, and then we have to pass the ID which we already have. So let's go to this global API. Inside that we'll add delete cart item, and say constant delete cart item. Okay, and obviously we'll call Axios client dot delete. So we have delete function, and here we'll say cart. So it need to be a, let's say it's just carts. Okay, so it's a carts only. So slash carts and plus ID, and this ID we are passing here like this. Okay, now we have delete cart item API endpoint is ready. Now let's go to this our cart page where we want to delete it. Okay, so we write method constant delete cart item is equal to, okay, and let me right now we don't want that one, we will remove and we'll update it once we need it, and we'll say delete cart item method. Now here we want to pass the ID obviously. Okay, and this method we are gonna call on that delete recycle bin item. Okay, so this is the method, so this is the button for that one. Let's add on click method. Okay, and call this method. Obviously inside that we have to pass the ID. Okay, so which is from the item dot id. Okay, and let's make sure that we are getting ID. So console dot log delete record ID, and we'll print the ID in the console to make sure that we are getting correct data. So go to this cart, go to the inspect panel, let's clean everything, and if I click this one, see we are getting 24. This, if I click on this one, we are getting 24. Okay, perfect. It means we are getting the cart information. Now let me close this one, and we have to call that API. So global API dot delete cart item. Okay, and then pass the ID dot, then we get response, and we get console dot log response obviously. So obviously once you call this one, right, you need to call the get cart item again. Okay, to get the latest cart information. So obviously we have that inside our header, so let's copy the same method. Okay, so this method we are going to call, we're going to copy actually inside this. Okay, obviously you can put in one file, okay, and from there as well you can call it. But for now we'll keep it here only. So what happened, I don't know. Okay, yeah, so cart item, and we can call it up here. So if response is there, then we can call cart item, and here we can write the error message if there is any error. Okay, so console.log, if some error is happened, then it will console it for us. Okay, and for now obviously we are getting all the cart information. Obviously here we need the user's information, so what I will do, I will define the user here. Constant user is equal to user, okay, so that we can able to pass this email address and everything. Okay, make sure everything is properly there. Okay, and let's save this one and let's test this out. So now we have two cards. If I remove one of them, okay, so that's where we are getting three items. Let me check why. Okay, so let's refresh the screen once. So if you see, right, actually it's deleted, okay, but it's also showing the two item. Okay, we'll find out why this is happening. That's maybe because let me go back here. We have to make sure that our cart item is okay. So that, okay, I found the issue. Okay, so when we call this get item cart, right, obviously we are setting the item, so it's adding the existing item along with that the previous item. Okay, so we have to make sure when we calling this get cart item and we have successful response, then we have to make sure that in set cart, when we are setting, no, it's empty, okay, before adding the new data. So if you observe, right, this is the set card, we have to make sure right now it's empty, okay, when we are calling get item. So let's try this out again. If I delete it, and if you see, now it's item deleted. Okay, let's test this out again. So let's go to the home page. Let's open any of these. For example, if I want to add this one into the cart, it's showing here. Let's add this one as well. So let's add to cart. See, both the things are added. Let's add one more. So let me go back to add another one. We'll add this one, add to cart. Now three item added. Okay, if I go to this view my cart, right now we did not add the navigation to this view my cart. Okay, let's add that one, so we will not miss that point. So obviously inside, that is inside the header, and inside the header we have this shopping cart item. Oh, sorry, not this one, this cart item. And here we have a button called view my cart. Okay, so here we'll just navigate to this /cart. Okay, let's test this out. If I go to this view my cart, it will go into the cart, it will showing this beautiful all the carts. Okay, obviously you can add that Skelton effect. Okay, I'm not going to show you again how to add that, because that's the reason I added inside the project detail screen and show you how to add it. Okay, now once we are here, let's delete this second item. If I delete the second item, see, the all this, not only this one but this cart information get also updated. Beautiful, right? So perfect. So I hope you understand how to delete the cart information. Obviously you can show the toast message if you want, it's up to you. Okay, and you can try this as your own as well. Okay, now one more thing I want to show, because this is all the e-commerce site which we made is a digital products, and these digital products we are gonna send through the email. Okay, so here as well we can give option to the user to add email address. Okay, but by default we are going to send email to the users email id, register email id. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to write a message here. So inside the cart page, let me go to this cart page. Okay, and before after this total amount, right, after maybe before the total, we can write that one. So over, oh sorry, so after this condition we can write the note h2 tag, note will say, and all the digital content will send you on, will send on your registered email address. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, so actually we want that in below this one. Okay, so let me copy this. Let me put this format document. So okay, so maybe we can add after this one. Let's see how it looks. See, like this. Oops, sorry. So it's not that good actually. I don't like here. Okay, so better you can add one horizontal line, or maybe we can show, I don't know where to show that one. Okay, but yeah, that's fine. We can show after this checkout button as well. Yeah, that's also fine. I think this is good to show it here. Okay, obviously I'm gonna change the color and everything. So let's say class name text gray 400, and we'll change the font to 14 pixel. And if I go back, see, perfect. Okay, so it's saying all the detailed content will send to registered email address and everything. Now obviously user click on checkout button, it will navigate to the payment page. Okay, and once the payment is completed, then we're gonna trigger the email to send the all the digital content to their email address. Okay, perfect. So guys, I hope you understand how we implemented this beautiful cart page, and very simple, right? We added this beautiful functionality to delete the from the cart. Also we show all the items along the prices. Also we calculate the pricing information, and we made sure that this cart getting updated even though we delete this any of the record. Okay, so if you have any question, let me know in the comment section, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. So now we are going to implement the checkout page where user can make a payment. Okay, so obviously we are gonna use the Stripe payment gateway. Okay, so Stripe payment gateway is one of the best and market leader payment gateway in the market right now, and this payment gateway you can use from any country. Okay, so you just need to log into the account. Okay, and if you don't have account, create a new one. So I already have account and I just log in, and once you land on the home page, you will see this dashboard. Okay, so over here if you see, you will get all the analytics. There are a lot of feature you can just explore it. Right now I'm in the test mode. Okay, once you submitted all the documents and everything, then you can move to the live mode. Okay, here you have publisher key and the secret key. So copy this publisher key, this is very important. So once you log in, you will get these keys. Okay, and in .env.local, I'm gonna add it here. Okay, so this is next, we'll add next public and the Stripe publisher underscore key, and I will paste my key. Okay, then we have to add this secret key. Okay, so just add the secret key. So this secret key we are going to use on the server side. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to create API for that one. So just say Stripe secret underscore key. Okay, is equal to, and the paste the key which you copied and save it. Once you save this both this key, right, then I kept the documentation link in the description. Okay, so this is the documentation in order to add the Stripe inside the React. Okay, so if I go to this particular URL, okay, the stripe.com/doc, the stripe-js/react. Okay, so this is the SDK. So a very simple thing, first you need to install this dependency. So copy this dependency, go to your project and paste it in, inside the terminal. Okay, then you have to create a new page. Okay, so first thing what we are gonna do, if I go to the project, on the click of checkout, we're gonna open a new page. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, you make sure that our Stripe is installed. Okay, then inside the app folder, we'll create a new folder and we can call it as a checkout. Okay, simple. And then inside that I will add the page.jsx file, add the default template, and we'll rename it to checkout. Okay, like this, and save it. Here also I will keep one more folder for the components. Okay, so all the components which is needed for this checkout we'll keep in this folder. Okay, Now inside the cart page, okay, so inside this page.js is in the inside the cart, right, we have here this checkout page. Okay, just give uh, the h reference as a the checkout. Okay, so once user click on that one, it will jump to the checkout page. Okay, let me refresh the screen. Let's save this one as well. Okay, and if I refresh it, let's go checkout, and if you go, it's going to checkout, and here it's showing the text checkout for now. Okay, perfect. So right now we are in the checkout screen. Next thing, let's go to this checkout. Okay, just clean this up and go to this documentation. Okay, so first thing you need to add this stripe promise. Okay, so if which will load the stripe. So here I will add it here like this. Okay, and obviously this is the publisher key, so which is we need to get from the environment process.env dot, and we have to copy this publisher key. Okay, like this. Then we need to add options. Okay, so don't go with this one, I will tell you how to add that. Okay, so what you need to do, let's just copy this above. Okay, it helps us to just load. Okay, so here you have to add constant options, okay, is equal to, and here you can add more, you can say payment, then you can add currency, and you can say USD. Okay, so it's not that much important, even if you did not provide, that's also fine. Then if you go to here, okay, here use the elements you need to provide, so copy this as it is and paste it inside the return. Okay, make sure to import these elements. Okay, and we already providing Strapi promise, which is important, and option, which is actually optional. Okay, and now we need to create a new checkout form. Okay, so if I scroll down here, we need to create a new checkout form component. Okay, so inside the component folder I will create that is checkout form. Okay, you can give name whatever you want, I will keep as it is, and add the default template again here. Okay, and obviously make sure to import this checkout form. Then inside the checkout form you have to add this form which contain the payment element and the simple button, submit button. Okay, let me replace this and make sure to import this payment element. Okay, and this is simple button, so obviously you can replace with the button like this. Okay, so this button we are importing from, I don't know why it's not imported, that's fine. Okay, keep as it is for now and save it, then we can apply some styling later on. And if you scroll down, right, this is the different thing that when you submit the page, that's how it will show. Okay, for now let's go back to our application. Okay, and if you see, right, it's showing that you need to add the use client here, because this checkout page we are using on the client side, so make use client and save it. Okay, let me go back here, even though it's saying the load type is not defined, so here you need to import this load Strapi, save it, and make sure. Okay, so it's saying missing amount number. Here you can give any amount number. Okay, right now it's not valid, but you can give like this. Okay, so amount number for the currency, because we are providing option. And if you see, we got the predefined UI for this Strapi payment. Okay, right now if you see, it's spread all over the screen. Okay, so you can obviously apply some styling to this one. So let's go to the checkout form, and here you can apply some styling. Okay, so let's add div tag to this one. Okay, and here you can say class name padding x 30, maybe 30 is not there, 32. Okay, and if you see, now it is in the center. See, still we need a lot of padding, I don't know how but yeah, you can give that one. So for small screen you can give that this much, and for medium or larger screen you can give more padding. For example, you can say padding x to, or you can say margin x 200 pixel, I don't know how much it is. So on the smaller screen, okay, this is much better. Okay, you can give more styling to this one, and then you can give margin top to 12. Okay, so I added this 250 padding when the screen size is larger. Okay, and this look much better. Now you can also apply some styling to the submit button. Oh, sorry. So let's go to this submit button. Here you can apply some styling. So we'll add class name. We'll say background primary, and we'll say padding of 2, text white, rounded, medium, okay, and width to be 4, like this. Okay, obviously I will keep this button along with this div. Okay, and we'll give some margin from the top, 6, like this. Okay, and this look much better. See, let's give some hover effect to this one. Hover, then obviously we can change color to blue 700. Okay, if I hover on it, see. Okay, perfect. So this is pretty much we are done. Okay, but the now the thing is, obviously you can fill the details and everything, but if I go to this documentation, here you need to add a couple of more things. Okay, so obviously you need to handle the on submit method also. Okay, so add this on submit, and instead for this form just add it here like this. Okay, and make sure to add this handle submit method. So add this handle submit method over here. Okay, and save it. Now let's save everything, make sure everything is added, or you have to add these 2 more things. Okay, which is the hooks. Okay, Strapi hooks. Let's add that one and make sure to import this. So import use stripe and use element as well, and save it. Now if I go back to application and let's try to add some value. So this is the testing card. Okay, you can use actual card as well and you can test it out, and I will add some number. Okay, and click submit, and if you see we got one error. So let's go to the inspect panel console, and it's saying that integration, you must pass a client secret when calling the Stripe confirm payment. Okay, so what happened, you if I go back here, right here inside the confirm payment, we need to add the client secret key. Okay, so over here before element you can add the client secret, but we need to add client secret key, and we don't have the one which the Stripe provide, that we cannot add, because for every payment the Stripe need to generate a new instance, and from the new instance we need a unique secret key. Okay, so in order to do that, right, we have to create one API. Okay, inside the Next.js only. So in order to create API, okay, you have to create a new folder inside app, and we can call it as API. So whatever the API you are going to create, it will come under this API folder. Okay, and then obviously, for example, we have localhost 3000/API, and what are the name you want to give, for example, get data. Okay, this is the API endpoint, or you have to say, for example, post data. This is another endpoint. So whatever the endpoint you want to give, you can just write that folder name, for example, the similar like a route which we create. Okay, so in this case we say create intent. Okay, and inside that we create route.jsx. Okay, so in this case we create tsx, and then here you have to write your code. Okay, so let's go to this, sorry, let's go to this route.tsx. Okay, so now I already have the code ready for us. Okay, because I don't want to explain all of this API endpoint. You can just copy from the source code, because which is not going to change. Okay, and it's very common for everywhere. So I will just paste it out here. So let's paste this out, and this is added. Okay, now if you see, right now we are getting error as a Stripe. Okay, and let me go back to the package.json, because there is one more what do you say, package we need to add. Okay, and which is the Stripe. So right now if you see, we have this React Stripe here. Okay, but along with that one we have to add Stripe colon, and the version we need to add. Okay, so in this case we need to add, sorry, 13.2.0. okay, let's make double quote everywhere else it's same, give comma. Okay, and now make sure to install the node model for that one. Just do npm I. Okay, so it will install the remaining of which is not the inside the package. So in this case the stripe which we added here, okay, it will install that one and it's installed. Perfect. Now close this one and go back to our code. So right now let me check the environment variable. So this is the stripe secret key and I want the same key here. Okay, let me increase the size. Okay, so perfect, we have this stripe secret key. Then we have to write TypeScript is true because it is tsx file, then API version, and we are making this post call. Okay, so whatever the value we are passing here, okay, so for example obviously we need to pass the amount and then that amount I fetch here, okay, and save it inside this constant call amount. Okay, and this amount I'm passing here, obviously we have to multiply it by 100 and obviously currency is USD, and from the next response.js we'll get the response if it is successful. Okay, obviously it's very simple, but if you face any issue you can just take a screenshot and you can implement on your own. Now once we implemented this API endpoint, you have to make a API call here. Okay, so before this confirm payment I will make API call. So constant result await. Okay, we'll make simple fetch call. Okay, here you can call it like slash API slash create intent. Okay, and inside that you have to write method, which method you are calling. So in this case we'll calling post method. Okay, then we have to pass body. Inside body we have to pass amount obviously. So body say JSON, oh sorry, JSON dot stringify. Okay, and the amount value, amount of, maybe we can hard code it for now as a 5 only. Okay, and then we'll get the secret, or we can say just client secret is equal to await response.json. Okay, so from this one we'll get the whatever the this API is returning, we'll get it and we'll save it in client secret, and this client secret now we'll pass it here like this. Okay, obviously once the payment is confirmed, what we can do, we can navigate to the home screen. Okay, so just I will copy this one. Okay, because we will add obviously the successful page later on, but for now we don't have, so I will add like this only. Okay, and save everything. Now let's test this out. Is our page this one? Go to this inspect panel, go to this payment, view my cart. This is our cart. Let's do the checkout. Now just let's test this out. Open the inspect panel. Okay, let's clean everything and add a demo card. Okay, and click to submit. And if you see, okay, so we got one error and it's saying that element submit must be called before Stripe confirm payment. Okay, so let's go to this particular documentation. Okay, and inside the documentation, yeah, it mentioned all the steps which we already taken. Also, if you want to get the code regarding how to connect or how to create the API intent, okay, so this is the example, okay, where it helps us to create the intent for us. Okay, and if you see, this is the checkout form. So thing is, we need to trigger this element submit before confirming the payment. Okay, so here we have confirm payment, here we are getting this secret key, client secret key. So here we need to trigger this one. Okay, so I will go copy it and paste it here like this and save it. Okay, and also make sure you added this handle error method. So okay, and let's save everything. So obviously we don't have set loading, let's define that one. So if you see this loading, we will define it here. Okay, so let's go back, paste it here and save it. Now let's test this out. So it's saying use state is not defined. Let's define the use state and let's clean everything. Everything's good. Let's add the default card and some zip ID and click enter. If I click submit, and now if you see, it's get redirected to the home page because we gave the redirect URL as a home page. It means we got the successful payment. Okay, and if you see the in the URL, it also showing the payment intent along with all these details like whether it's a succeed or not, okay, and everything. And if you want to check in the Strapi dashboard, let's go to the Strapi dashboard, and if you go to the payments, okay, and just now we made this payment, see, okay, and obviously it's a $5 because we hard coded the value as a $5, and that's the reason it's showing this $5. Okay, so I hope you understand this, how to integrate the payment. Okay, now obviously what you need to do, okay, right now let me increase the size on the on the checkout button inside the cart page, right? So we have this cart page here, okay, and we added this checkout, okay, but for now what we did, we just implement the slash checkout, okay. Along with that, we need to send the amount value as well, okay. And then obviously you can replace this a button with the actual router push, and then we will actual pass the value inside the query parameter so that we can pass the whatever the total amount is there inside this payment gateway. Okay, so we'll do it now. Now let's send the actual value to the payment. Right now, as we know, we hard coded this value, right? So let's go to the card payment, and inside the checkout button, right, we will convert this to actual button, and we will remove this h reference from here. Okay, so it up to you how do you want to keep. And instead of this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use route constant, because this point also covered if you want to programmatically navigate from between the screen. Okay, so here you define router is equal to use router. Okay, and if you see, this use router is importing from the next slash navigation. Then on the click of this checkout button, so over here we'll add on click method. On click, and then we will need push that particular screen, so router dot push, and the path name which is the checkout. Along with that, we need to send amount value, so amount is equal to, and obviously we'll get the amount value from the get total amount like this. Okay, so obviously you can write this cart, if cart is there you can then get the total amount. Okay, and now we have this total amount. Let's save this and let's test this out whether we are getting that information. So let's go to the cart first, and once we are in the cart, let's click on the checkout, and if you see here in the URL, the amount get added. Okay, now once we have the amount, right, let me bring this, we have to go to the checkout form, and not checkout form actually, but we need to go to this page.jsx, okay, where we are going to accept the payment which we received. Okay, so inside this one we need to write constant, because we need to get this value, right, we need to get this amount value. So in order to get the amount value, you have to write constant. You can give the constant name search params is equal to use search param. Okay, and obviously if I try to print it out here, console.log, okay, we need to bring this inside the function actually, and we'll write search params dot get, and here you need to pass the field name which you want to fetch from the parameter. And if I save it, let's go to this inspect panel console, and if you see, we've got this amount 5.98. okay, now this value we need to pass everywhere else. Okay, so you can store in one state or you can use directly here like this. Okay, so here just do into 100, as we are not using this option, but it is mandatory to pass. Okay, and now inside the checkout form we need to pass this value, so we'll say amount is equal to the search from the get amount. Okay, and inside the checkout form accept it here as amount, so that we can pass over here. Okay, and now save it. Now just refresh this window, 5.98, and let's make a payment. Okay, also just to tell you one thing, I added one more, the payment confirm page. Okay, so it's just simple page. I will show you how it looks, but let's make some payment first and click submit. Okay, and once it submit, right? Oh, I think I forgot to submit. I don't know why it's not work. Let's check the console. Okay, so we need to refresh the screen because I think that's the issue. So I forgot to save the um, one screen. Okay, so just refresh it again, try it out, and click submit. Okay, and once you submit, if you see, we are showing this successful message. Okay, and here we have this intent and everything, and if I click to the go home, it will redirect to the home page. Okay, and now our payment is successful. But obviously we are not clearing this cart, as well as we are not creating any order or saving the order inside our database. Okay, so obviously we need to create a new content type, and then inside that, once the payment is confirmed, we need to save the data. Okay, so that we'll do in the next section, but I hope you understand how to make the or integrate the Strapi payment inside the application. It's very easy, and this particular documentation link I will paste it inside the description, you can, so that you can take a reference of it. Okay, and so see you in the next section. Now in this particular section, we are going to create order once the payment is completed. Okay, so here right now we added the order. Okay, sorry, we made the payment, and once the payment is successful, okay, so once the payment is made, we have to make sure that we want to create the order and we'll store inside the Strapi. Okay, so here we can just say order create. Okay, and obviously Strapi will return some response, and once the Strapi return the response, we had, along with the order creation, we also need to make sure we are deleting all card data from Strapi. Okay, this is different way that we are doing. Okay, everyone is doing separate way, that they are sometimes mark the cart item as a completed, because if you see right inside the cart item for this particular user, we have two information. Okay, you can mark this cart as a completed, order completed, but I'm gonna delete, make sure nothing is there. Okay, and then this cart will be empty. So let's implement that functionality. So go to the view my cart, and obviously inside the checkout, okay, here we have this form, and when we click submit, we are gonna call one method which will create the order. Okay, so I already created the collection for that one. Okay, so if I go here and inside the order, here I added this collection called email, username, amount of the particular order, and products which that user purchase. Okay, these products are nothing but, I mean, this a relation with the product. Okay, so it's very easy. If I go here, right now I kept order has belonged to many products. Okay, so let's go back to our application and go back to our VS code, and inside here let's create a new API. So go to this global, oops, okay, I wasn't in wrong project anyway. So let's search for the global API, and inside here we'll create API to create order. Okay, so it will be a constant create order is equal to data. Obviously this will be a post method, so XUS client, and here dot post, and here will be orders. Okay, comma data. So here we need to export this one, so we can use everywhere else and save it. Okay, now let me close all these tabs first, and then go to the checkout page. Okay, this is a page.jsx. Okay, so inside here we're gonna implement, not here, inside checkout form we will add it, because we have the handle submit over here. Okay, so I will write the method below of this handle submit. So let's constant create order is equal to global API dot create order. Here we obviously need to pass data, then and the response. Okay, so obviously here we'll make constant data is equal to, again we need to pass the data in this format. Okay, because when we are posting anything or creating any data, we need to pass this in the form of data. Okay, so first thing, email. Okay, so obviously we need to get a user email, so we'll define the user first from the use user hook, which is importing from the clerk. And here I will pass email user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, then we have user name, which will be user dot full name. Then we have the amount, so we will be a total amount, and which is the amount which we are getting here. Okay, as it is I'm using that one. So let's make sure that we are using amount or total amount. So it's just amount, okay, not the total, so make it amount. And the last is product. So obviously this product need to be in the format of this array number. Okay, product ID like this, but right now we don't have product ID, right? So we need to get the array of the product ID. Okay, so we'll define so here what we can do, because let's define product IDs is equal to empty, and we need to get the cart information first, right, from the context. So I will define constant cart comma set cart is equal to use context, and here will be a user cart context, my bad. So cart context like this. Okay, now we have the cart information as well. So simply here we'll add cart dot for each okay, and then inside that one we need to push the item inside the cart. Obviously we need to get the product ID, so it will be in the element dot product dot ID. We'll keep like this simply. Okay, now we have the all the product IDs, and that product IDs we need to pass it here. Perfect. And obviously we are passing the here the data, that's all. And if the response, then just console the response here and save it. Obviously whenever we are doing on submit on the payment, I will gonna call this method like here, create order. Okay, not loud, take this out. So add the card details, some date, it need to be a future date, so I will add some future dates, some zip code, and if I try to submit it, and if you see it gets submitted, it means order is get created. Let's check it out. So let's go to Strapi, and if you see your order is get created, so inside the order we have the number which the order number order product IDs, then email, username, and the amount. Perfect. Okay, it means order is get created. Now the thing is, let's go to home page, and if you see still in our cart is showing this item because we never cleared our item, and inside this cart if you see we have this item as well. Okay, so we need to either we need to delete this item or we need to update the status. Okay, but in this case we are gonna delete this one. So obviously you cannot do the bulk delete inside the Strapi. So what you can do, the same logic which we use here, right? In once the response is successful, I will paste it here, and instead of let's remove completely and call the delete API here. So global API dot delete cart item. Okay, and here just pass element dot ID. Okay, so if we have 3 items, the 3 times this method will get called. So then, and the result I will say some different name. Okay, perfect, and nothing else you need to do. And let's test this out now. So let's go to the view my cart, go to the checkout, and over here now we'll fill the details, some ID, and done, and click submit. So once it submit, the payment is successful, and now if you see our cart is also get clear. Okay, so we don't have any more the item in the cart once the let's check out in the card, and if you see, the item is deleted only for that user. Okay, and if you see, we have now second order because we created 2 times. Okay, perfect. So I hope you understand how to create the orders, okay, and how to show it. Now you can obviously create a option here to see the previous order as well. Okay, but for now we will keep as it is. Okay, and next we need to make sure we will going to send the email to the user, okay, with the along with the all the detail. So we'll learn how to send an email as well in the next section. We are going to use resend to send an email to the user. Okay, so if you don't know about the resend is one of the best email service provider, and it has a very good SDK for the next JS. Okay, and it's a completely free. If you go to the pricing, you can sell up to 3000 email per month and 100 email per day, so which is efficient for any developer. Okay, so if you don't have an account, just create a new one. I already have an account. Okay, so if you see, I can go here. Okay, and once you launch on this particular page, you might see the home page like this. Okay, where you can create a new API key, and this is the some code to implement it. Okay, and on the Google side by side, you can open recent Next.js. Okay, which is obviously documentation from the recent to how to integrate the recent inside your Next.js application. Okay, so before that, let's create an API. So just go here, and if you see, the API is created here. If I go to the API keys, here you will see onboarding. Okay, I also have this digital e-commerce I already created, but the one which you created, just copy that one. And because once you copy it, you cannot copy it again. Okay, so if I go back in our application, go to this .env.local and just paste it here. Okay, so here I will say resend API underscore key and paste the API key which you copied. Next, once you copied, right, you are all good to set to integrate this the resend. Okay, so copy this resend command, go to your terminal and just paste it here. Okay, so inside the terminal, just paste it here like this. Okay, next let me close this terminal. Next, we need to add an email template. Okay, this is a very simple email template. Obviously, we're gonna change it, and I will tell you how to implement a beautiful template. But for now, let's create this template name. So you can create anything, but I will keep everything same. So inside the component folder, I will create the email template .jsx and copy all the command. So whatever it is written inside this, copy this code. Now if you see, we got this error because we are not using TypeScript. So I will delete this interface and I will delete this as well. Okay, and we'll keep simple method here and save it. Okay, now we have the email template, which is quite simple, just saying that welcome and the name of the user. Then if you scroll down, we have we have to create this API. Okay, which is the API send API. So as we are using app router, so we have to use this particular code. So right now, let's go to this API folder, and inside that, in API folder, create a folder called send email. Okay, you can create whatever name you can give. That is your will be a route, and inside that, create a route .js file and copy all this command. Okay, so let me delete this template because the import, because we will import a new. So if you see, this is the email template, make sure it is we are importing correctly, and the API key. Okay, so make sure, let me copy from the .env file, and inside the route, like paste this out. Okay, which is correct. And now here, if you see, you can right now if you don't have any domain connected, right, if you see here, we have section called domain, and from here you can add a domain. But if you don't have any domain, you can send an email through this email ID. Okay, which is onboarding.resend.dev, and you can send to any user. For now, I want to send to user like account at tubeguruji Obviously we are gonna yes, send here actual email address, okay, to the user, but for a testing purpose I will add this my own email address and save everything. Now our email API is also ready. Now let's go to our checkout form where we created this order and method. Okay, here we'll create a new method called constant send email, and inside that we need to call that API. Okay, so I will copy this existing logic, which is the fetch. Same thing, we'll paste it here. Okay, and we'll make this async and just call send email. Okay, obviously right now there is no need of body, but we'll keep as it is and call this send method maybe after create order. So here we are creating order, just call the send email as well and save it. And now let's test this out. So let's add something into cart to make a payment. Go to view my cart, check out, and add the payment details here. So here add some details, and zip code. And now if I click submit, so if you see, it gets submitted successfully. Okay, even though you can check the log inside this resend, okay, whether it is successful or not. And right now just one I sent, which is showing 200 started, which is successful. Let me go to my email address. Okay, and if you see, I got this email called onboarding successful. These are the one which I already tested, but just make sure everything is working. Okay, so if you see, we have this email sent from our application. Now let's modify this particular template, because right now it's just a basic template. Okay, so for that one we are going to use react.email. Okay, just click explore component, and here you will see how to use it. Okay, because it helps it add the HTML component button and everything. Okay, but if you think it's hard to design the email template, if you go to this section called example, okay, so click on that one, and here you will see all the example. Okay, so you can copy the existing one. For example, if you want to send the receipt, just click on this source icon, okay, here, and the copy all these things. See, okay, same thing, you have lot of option here. Okay, and you can copy the one which the template which you like more, and then you can use that one in your application. Okay, so I'm gonna create my own email template here. Okay, and you can also go ahead and try it, and if you face any issue, you can access my source code anytime. But I will pause video here and I will implement this particular email template, okay, by going to the source, and I will just copy this one. Obviously you have to make sure that you will import the React email. So let me go back inside the React email, maybe here. Okay, and here you can see the documentation. Okay, and you have to select manual setup. Okay, so you have to install this particular components, which is React components, and you don't need to set this packet inside packet.json, because it just help to run or preview your email ID. Okay, and then this is the simple example they show and how it looks. Okay, see, and you can even see the template view in your local. So what I'm going to do, let's copy this method. Okay, let me show you and enter it. And you can obviously, as I say, you can just view the template, but now you can add the button or anything. Okay, so for example, let me copy this button, go to your template which you have inside the component and email template. Okay, and I'll copy all the HTML code from here, bring this, and I will paste it here simply. See, okay, now obviously you need to import this button from this React email. Okay, and same thing for the HTML as well from the React email component, and save it. And now this particular button will display on when you send an email. Okay, so try it out and let me know if you have any question. So I will just use this existing template. Okay, so mostly I will use this one, copy this source code and put it in your code. Now let's test this out. added some couple of things. So here inside the send email, inside the body I added the amount, the email address, the full name, okay, and inside the route, okay, I accept it here as a body, and inside the body tag we have this where I'm going to send email and the email address where we want to send it. Okay, we can change subject, and I pass the body inside the email template. So email template, which I say, right, I copy the same email template here, and inside here I accept it has a body and passing the full name simply. Okay, so now let's test this out. So enter the information and some zip code, and if once you click submit, it will complete our payment method and everything. Okay, now you can even check the email which you sent. Okay, the currently if you see, just now I sent this email. Okay, and inside the log, if you email any of the email fail, you can see it here, but if you once you check, you can check your email ID here. Okay, now if I go back here and view email, you can even see email how it looks. So right now is simple email ID, email template I added here, okay, with my banner, the message, okay, and if you see, it's also showing the username as well. Okay, and here we are giving option to download it. Okay, so if you go here, right, you see I got some email, and if once I click on download here, I'm able to download this particular file. Okay, so this particular application I already developed. Okay, this particular project you can find on tubegurji.com, and here you will find this file sharing app. Okay, so you can access the source code, you can watch this complete video, and from that one this particular template is coming from. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. If obviously I already implemented a lot of things inside this sending email because of this length of the video, but if you face any issue, let me know in the comment section, or you can access my source code. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular course, and there are a lot of things we implemented and we learned while developing this particular project. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular video, and I hope you enjoy it, and if you really like this video, press like button, share this with your friends and family. Until that, keep smiling and see you in the next video.